Chapter 33. The Medical History of the County of Orange. By John T. Howell, M.D. The early history of Orange County is intimately connected with the physicians who practiced there, and had they undertaken the task, it is logical to assume that no citizens could have narrated the history of their day and locality better than they. Unfortunately, the duties and hardships then attendant upon the practice of medicine so limited outside literary work as to have left even the annals of medicine bare of many important facts which it would seem ought to have been recorded. It is stated that at one time Dr. David R. Arnell expressed his intention to write a history of Orange County, but he failed to carry out this undertaking which he was so well qualified to perform. In the earlier periods of the county's existence, medical education began to feel the impulse of independence, and the wider knowledge resulting therefrom developed a higher standard of practice. This advancement was undoubtedly favored by the self-dependence brought out in practice through widely separated settlements, and Orange County early established a reputation for skillful physicians. The renowned traits and ability of many of these physicians remain only in tradition, but the anecdotes told of some of them show that they were men of more than ordinary attainments. Among those physicians best known in the early history of the county are Dr. Cadwallader Colden, who, besides being a medical author of note, was honored with the title of Lieutenant Colonial Governor; Dr. Moses Higby, who is remembered by his successful use of an emetic in the case of a British spy; and Dr. Benjamin Tustin for his heroism at the Battle of Minisink. Other physicians have no doubt rendered equally meritorious services in less conspicuous ways, but being unrecorded remain uncredited in history. Some interesting statistics have been collected by Dr. W.L. Cuddeback regarding the average length of stay of about 90 physicians who settled in Port Jervis and vicinity. Of these, 65% removed or died within 5 years, 80% before 10 years, 85% before 15 years, and 90% before the end of 20 years of practice there. The reasons for this well-known lack of permanency and short longevity of physicians are best understood by those who really know the peculiar trials, dangers, and discouragements of the daily life of a doctor. The character developed by the experiences of 30 or 40 years of medical practice is logically one worthy of admiration and emulation, and this is proven by the appreciative and unshaken position uniformly held by the old family physician, our doctor. A perusal of the older records reveal many interesting customs and practices of the physicians of those days. Travel was generally on horseback, and the distances were often so great that meal hour or nightfall compelled the weary doctor to accept the proffered hospitality of his patients. Saddle bags were made to hold a veritable armamentum, and the doctor must tarry long enough to put up his own prescriptions. Bloodletting, blistering, and emetics were remedies often employed, and were, perhaps, as potent for good as some other extreme measures, which were later substituted with greater confidence and found after all to have but a limited field of usefulness. The average physician has but little time for public affairs, but a number of the Orange County doctors have held public offices both in the county and as representatives in the state and national legislatures. In times of war, too, our doctors' names are found enrolled in the military lists, and their records there have been most creditable. Other physicians seem to have found time for literary pursuits, but these efforts have been mostly along medical lines. The patriotic gift of the Minisink Monument by one of their number is a matter of great pride and satisfaction to the physicians of this county. The records of the Orange County Medical Society, although abbreviated, present the local history of medicine more fully than it is to be found elsewhere. Even here we may search in vain for data which the busy physicians who have acted as secretaries have failed to record. However, extending as they do over nearly the whole of the last century, we can find many facts of interest, especially in the earlier years of its existence. No county society was formed until after the passage of an act of the legislature, April 4, 1806. This law, under which the Orange County and 12 other county societies were soon incorporated, permitted each licensed physician in the county to become a charter member and each society to elect a representative to the state society, which was to be composed of such delegates. The county society had the right to examine both physicians desiring to practice in the county and students of medicine who applied for licenses. Upon the first pages of the minutes is found a concise report of the organization of the Medical Society of the County of Orange, with the names of the founders and officers elected. It reads in part as follows. Agreeable to a law of the State of New York, passed the 4th day of April, 1806, entitled An Act to Incorporate Medical Societies for the Purpose of Regulating the Practice of Physic and Surgery in this state. The physicians and surgeons of Orange County met at the courthouse in Goshen on Tuesday, the 1st day of July, 1806. Doctors: Jonathan Swezey, Chairman Pro Tem; Thomas Wickham, Clerk Pro Tem; Elijah Randall, William Elmer, William Elliott, Samuel S. Seward, Benjamin S. Hoyt, Nathaniel Elmer, Elisha Dubois, Charles Fowler, David R. Arnell, Samuel Warner, William McCoppin, Aaron M. Smith, William Gurley, Elihu Hedges, Eliezer Jedney, Ethan Watson, Cornelius Russa, James Bradner, Henry I. Hornbeck, and Elijah Welch were present and produced their several licenses to practice physic. The society then proceeded to organize and elect officers when the following gentlemen were elected for the ensuing year. Dr. Jonathan Swezey, President; Dr. Samuel S. Seward, Vice President; Dr. Nathaniel Elmer, Secretary; and Dr. Thomas Wickham, Treasurer. Doctors: Anthony Davis, Joseph Houston, Joseph Welland, and Jonathan Hedges were, upon examination, licensed to practice physic and surgery in this state and admitted members to this society. Dr. David R. Arnell was elected delegate to the Medical Society of the State of New York. Doctors: Anthony Davis, Elisha Dubois, Charles Fowler, Joseph Welland, and Cornelius Davis were appointed censors. The minutes of the earlier meetings were admirably kept and are still in an excellent state of preservation. The autographs of the founders and other members who signed the bylaws form an interesting and valuable collection. The bylaws were carefully drawn and consisted of 26 articles. Meetings were held semi-annually or quarterly, and, as indicated by the titles, the papers read and discussed were of a high order. Notwithstanding such evidences of proficiency, I find that these physicians were very poorly paid. In a rate list adopted by the Society in 1807, the charge for a visit of less than 1 mile was but 25 cents, with a corresponding low charge for medicines furnished, and the largest fee asked for any operation was $100. Dr. Arnell, who may be called the father of the Orange County Medical Society, was elected president of the society 8 times and was a charter member of the state society. In 1818, he presented a library to the society. It contained 50 volumes, which, with 5 of the best medical periodicals, were circulated among the members throughout the county. This collection formed a nucleus for subsequent editions, and a valuable and useful library was maintained for many years. In 1830, the membership of the society numbered 60, of whom 25 attended the annual meeting. Among notable resolutions passed was one in 1830 endorsing the American Temperance Society and the tenets of temperance in general. In 1832, the formation of health boards in each town. And in 1839, a resolution recommending a change in the method of examining and licensing students of medicine, the whole to be placed in the hands of the regents, was forwarded to the State Medical Society. Such efforts were highly creditable and progressive, as is shown by the fact that the law providing for the last named recommendation was not passed until 1893. An important amendment to the bylaws adopted at a meeting in 1840 marks the beginning of a prolonged and troublesome epoch of controversy over medical ethics, especially in regard to sectarian forms of practice, including homeopathy, then being introduced in this vicinity. The status of practice among the members of the society having always been regular, i.e., belonging to the general school of scientific medicine, and not restricted by any sect or pathy, much criticism was aroused by the attempt of some of the local physicians to practice according to Hahnemann's laws of like cures like medicinal potency increased by dilution, etc. An application for membership to the society from a physician who practiced that system was promptly rejected at the next meeting, and much discussion ensued. The subject was frequently referred to in the minutes of the meetings for a number of subsequent years, and in 1851, several members were expelled from the society for practicing homeopathy. Rules forbidding members to consult with homeopathic physicians were passed, and in 1856, there was prepared and printed for public information a system of popular ethics, explaining fully the position of the society regarding the whole subject of ethics. Feeling ran high over the matter for a long time, as is shown by the lengthy discussions and resolutions devoted to the subject in the minutes, year after year. Gradually, as it became evident that there was an increasing abandonment of sectarian practice, a reaction came. But it was not until 1883 that this society, following the lead of the State Society, adopted a new code which permitted, under reasonable restrictions, consultations between regular and sectarian practitioners. Dr. Merritt H. Cash, by his will in 1861, left a legacy to the State Society of $500, which is known as the Merritt H. Cash Fund. The fund now amounts to $750, and the interest is devoted to a prize essay written by members of the county medical societies throughout the state. Dr. Cash also left $4,000 for the monument erected at Goshen in honor of those who fell at the Battle of Minnesink. The society was, of course, much interested in this event and was accorded a prominent place at the unveiling of the monument, July 22, 1862. 4 members represented this society and served as surgeons with credit and distinction during the Civil War. Dr. R.V. K. Montfort and Dr. J. H. Thompson in the 124th, Dr. Solomon Van Etten in the 56th, and Dr. Theodore Cooper, assistant surgeon, in the 156th Regiment of Volunteers. In 1879, the society received a special invitation to attend the celebration of the centennial of the Battle of Minnesink. This invitation was in recognition of the county's obligation to the donor, Dr. Merritt H. Cash, and for the patriotic and heroic services rendered by Dr. Benjamin Tustin at the Battle of Minnesink, July 22, 1779, where his life was sacrificed in the actual performance of his professional duties. The last quarter of the century is notable in the history of the society for a renewal of interest and increased literary work. This was the developmental era of antiseptic and aseptic surgery, and the records, as shown by the papers read and the cases reported, were creditable to the progressive spirit and practice of the members of the society. A resolution to the effect that all members of the society, in good standing for 30 years, be constituted honorary members was adopted in June 1887. This honor was accordingly bestowed upon Dr. Bardo Wright, whose membership dated from 1834, and upon Dr. Harvey Everett, who joined the society in 1839. The former died in 1890 and the latter April 8, 1899, having been a member of the society for 60 years. In 1895, revised bylaws were adopted, one of which admitted to membership any licensed physician who declared his full abnegation of sectarian principles and practice. This invitation was an expression of a principle and belief which it is hoped will in the near future rally all physicians to a broad standard of practice. And the recent law enacted, which provides but one board of examiners to grant state licenses to physicians of all schools, is another hopeful sign of medical unity. In 1898, at the breaking out of the war with Spain, Dr. James R. Wood, a member of this society, volunteered and accompanied the 101st Regiment to Cuba. There he afterwards died in the performance of his duties, which were those of endeavoring to render sanitary the almost impossible conditions at Guanajuato. In February 1901, the Orange County Medical Association was organized, about which time a successful effort was made to complete the organization of associations in those counties where they had not been formed when the state associations split off from the state society, because of the code question in 1882. The two sets of organizations had not been long maintained, however, when a comparison of their ethical standards revealed the fact that 20 years had so modified opinions as to have practically removed the differences. The associations, however, had the advantage of the recognition of the American Medical Association, which had never been accorded the societies since their adoption of the new Code of Ethics. In order to avail themselves of membership in the National Association, Many of the members of the societies joined the associations, too, and the barriers between the two organizations eventually became completely broken down. The first meeting of the Amalgamated County Societies was held at Newburgh, January 25, 1906, the combined membership being 79. The society had 338 members and 48 honorary members during 100 years. Of these, 62 were elected to the office of president one or more times, 23 to the office of secretary, and 23 to the office of treasurer. The centennial celebration of the society was held at Goshen, Monday, July 2, 1906. The first part of the exercises consisting of addresses and an historical sketch were conducted in the Board of Supervisors' room in the county building, which stands on the same ground once occupied by the old courthouse, in which the society was organized, July 1, 1806. A collation, followed by short speeches, was afterwards held in Music Hall, which had been decorated for the occasion with flags and bunting. 85 members and guests were present. A list of the officers and members of this society will be found in the chronological table. The second medical society formed in the county was the Homeopathic Medical Society of Orange County. This society was organized November 12, 1851, at the time when considerable local interest had been awakened in this system of practice, and the controversy heretofore mentioned was going on between the new and old schools. The first meeting was held in Newburgh when bylaws were adopted and the following officers elected: Doctors A. Gerald Hull, President; Dewitt C. Jane, Vice President; Ira T. Bradner, Secretary and Treasurer; and W. A. M. Culbert, Corresponding Secretary. A committee was also appointed to prepare an address to the public in answer to that on ethics published by the Orange County Medical Society. Quarterly meetings were held during the first year, but no records of subsequent meetings are again found until January 11, 1870. The meetings were at first resumed semi-annually, but after 3 years, more interest seems to have been taken, and the society met every 3 months. From time to time, papers were read by members of the society bearing upon important topics, and the society continued active for a number of years. After 1888, the meetings were held but twice a year, and interest waned until 1891, when they were discontinued. A list of the officers and members of this society will be found in the chronological table. The Tri-States Medical Society. This society was organized in September 1871 by a number of physicians living in Port Jervis and the adjacent counties of the 3 states, New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, which join near there. Doctors: Solomon Van Etten, Isaac S. Hunt, O. A. Carroll, and P. G. McCabe represented Orange County in the formation of the society. Quarterly meetings were held, and 50 physicians became members during the first 10 years. The society flourished for about 18 years, but was finally discontinued, probably because of a renewed interest in the county societies. Several Orange County physicians served as officers of the society. A list of the officers and members of this society residing in Orange County will be found in the chronological table. The Newburgh Bay Medical Society. This society was organized September 10, 1895. The first meeting was held at the Palatine Hotel, Newburgh. There were present doctors: A. E. Adams, John Deo, A. V. Jova, C. E. Townsend, and J. T. Howell. Dr. Adams was elected temporary chairman and Dr. Townsend, secretary. Committees were appointed to secure additional members and draft a constitution and bylaws, after which the meeting adjourned until October 8 next. At that meeting there were present, besides the above-mentioned, doctors: E. H. Borst, W. L. Carr, E. F. Brooks, W. S. Gleason, R. V. K. Monfort, G. Garlsman, and M. C. Stone. The society was named and bylaws adopted. The object of the society was declared to be the banding together of congenial physicians residing in Newburgh and vicinity for the purpose of study and discussion of medical and surgical topics and scientific subjects relative thereto, and the promotion of social intercourse among its members. The society was incorporated November 8, 1897, and at that time had 29 members. Since then, interest in the society has been fully maintained, as is evidenced by the unusual record of individual work and attendance on the part of the members. The present membership numbers 42, of whom 26 are residents of this county. The meetings are held bi-monthly and are usually at Newburgh. A list of the officers and members of this society will be found in the chronological table. The Orange County Medical Association was organized February 12, 1901, in Middletown by doctors M. C. Connor, W. E. Douglas, A. W. Preston, C. I. Redfield, William Evans, E. A. Nugent, L. G. Dislar, and F. D. Myers. The following officers were elected: doctors M. C. Connor, President; F. W. Dennis, Vice President; Charles I. Redfield, Secretary and Treasurer. A committee on bylaws was appointed and the meeting adjourned until March 12, 1901, to perfect the organization. At the adjourned meeting, the appointment of committees was completed and the membership found to be 16, including those already belonging to the New York State Association. The additional members not mentioned above were doctors E. F. Brooks, J. B. Hewlett, W. L. Purdy, R. A. Taylor, C. E. Townsend, H. E. Wise, and E. D. Woodhull. Meetings were held monthly in the different larger places of the county, and much interest was maintained by securing the uniform presence of some recognized authority on a special subject for each meeting. On December 9, 1905, the New York State Medical Association and Medical Society were amalgamated, and the formal union of the corresponding county organizations took place, as heretofore stated, at Newburgh, January 25, 1906. The association at that time had 37 members, a number of whom belonged also to the county society. A list of the officers and members of this association will be found in the chronological table. Homeopathic Medical Society of Dutchess, Orange, and Ulster counties. The above-named society was formed in response to a suggestion of the Dutchess County Homeopathic Society. The first meeting was held in Poughkeepsie, but the society was not regularly organized until a meeting held at Newburgh June 24, 1902. Since that time, the members have met regularly at Newburgh in the months of May and October each year, and much interest has been manifested. The present number of members is 24, 18 of whom reside in Orange County. Dr. William E. Reed of Washingtonville is now president, and Dr. F. A. Jacobson of Newburgh, secretary and treasurer of the society. A list of the officers and members of this society residing in Orange County will be found in the chronological table. Middletown State Hospital. During the past 37 years, several hospitals have been built and conducted in the different larger places of the county. First among these was the Middletown State Hospital, homeopathic, for the care and treatment of the insane, which was incorporated in 1869. Funds were collected by Dr. George F. Foote, and a farm purchased near Middletown as a site for the present hospital. About $75,000 was raised by private subscription, a part of which was used in hospital construction. The following year, 1870, the first appropriation was made by the state, and the main building was opened for the reception of patients in the spring of 1874, with Dr. Foote as superintendent. After a brief service, Dr. Foote resigned and Dr. Henry R. Stiles was appointed superintendent, which position he held until 1877 when he resigned, and Dr. Selden H. Talcott was appointed to fill the vacancy. Dr. Talcott served for 25 years until his death, June 15, 1902, and under his management the institution developed nearly to its present proportions. The present superintendent, Dr. Morris L. Ashley, was appointed his successor. The farm and grounds comprise nearly 300 acres, on which there are 30 buildings, the value of the real and personal property being over $1,500,000. The present annual expenses for all purposes are about $245,000. Since the opening of the institution, the reports show 7,000 patients received and treated. Of this number, 2,600 have been discharged recovered, and 900 improved. The number of patients under treatment at present is 1,300. Buildings planned and under construction will increase the accommodations to a capacity of 1,850 patients and 450 employees. The medical staff consists of 9 members: Morris C. Ashley, M.D., Medical Superintendent; Robert C. Woodman, M.D., First Assistant Physician; George F. Brewster, M.D., Second Assistant Physician, Roy E. Mitchell, M.D., Third Assistant Physician, Arthur S. Moore, M.D., Junior Assistant Physician, Clara Barris, M.D., Woman Assistant Physician, and their interns. St. Luke's Hospital, Newburgh. This institution was founded as a home for the aged, the indigent, and the infirm, and a hospital for the sick and disabled. The hospital work for a number of years was of secondary importance, but during the latter half of its existence, that has been the principal work of the institution, until now both the name and the work of the home are discontinued. The society was organized July 21, 1874, by representative members of the Protestant Episcopal parishes of Newburgh and New Windsor, which influence has until recently predominated in the management, although the work has been wholly nonsectarian in character. A constitution was adopted November 4, 1874, and the institution became incorporated January 5, 1876. The corporation originally leased different places until the present reservoir site on Carpenter Avenue was purchased. On March 23, 1886, the property on Liberty Street was secured, where various buildings were erected and changes made from time to time. Recently, March 29, 1907, the seminary building and large grounds on Dubois Street have been secured, where the fine elevation and surroundings will better accommodate the increasing needs of the hospital. During the past fiscal year, there were treated 774 patients. There are 48 beds. A training school for nurses was established in 1893, which now numbers 20. The society is a membership corporation, and by a change in the Constitution adopted November 22, 1906, has become nonsectarian in its management. It derives its income from the charges paid by patients, from voluntary contributions, and from the interest received from an endowment fund of $47,415.21. Among the pioneer workers was Dr. Smith Ely, whose interest and zeal had much to do with establishing the hospital. The present staff consists of 4 consulting and 11 attending members. Consulting staff: Robert Abb, M.D., surgeon; Stephen D. Harrison, M.D., physician; Henry D. Nichol, M.D., gynecologist; Henry L. Winter, M.D., neurologist. Attending staff: John T. Howell, M.D., and Charles E. Townsend, M.D., surgeons; William J. Carr, M.D., and E.C. Thompson, M.D., assistant surgeons; Andrew V. Jova, M.D., and W. Stanton Gleason, M.D., physicians; John Deo, M.D., and William H. Snyder, M.D., assistant physicians; Alpheus E. Adams, M.D., ophthalmologist and otologist; Louis R. Pierce, M.D., obstetrician; A. Judson Benedict, M.D., rhinologist and laryngologist. The Port Jervis Hospital. This hospital was established January 1, 1887, by Dr. J. H. Hunt as a memorial to his father, Dr. J. S. Hunt. It accommodated 20 patients and was located on the corner of Ball and Sussex Streets. On March 8, 1892, the hospital was purchased by Drs. W. L. Cuddeback and H. B. Swartwout, who enlarged and remodeled it, providing additional private rooms, the use of which was extended to outside physicians. The hospital was again sold on September 1, 1895, the purchasers being several physicians living in Port Jervis and vicinity who formed a corporation for that purpose. The hospital, besides doing general work, has always especially provided for the care of the injured employees of the Erie Railroad Company. A training school for nurses was established in 1896, which now numbers 5 nurses. The number of beds in the present hospital is 25. The number of patients treated during the fiscal year ending 1907 was 134. The present attending staff consists of Doctors Cuddeback and Swartwout. Thrall Hospital, Middletown. This institution was organized largely through the efforts of Dr. Julia E. Bradner and 8 other ladies representing different churches, who raised a fund of over $5,000 toward the project. Mrs. Esmeretta Thrall subsequently came to their assistance and donated not only the grounds but the building, thus placing the hospital upon a firm basis in the early days of its history. The fund already collected was used for furnishing and equipment. The hospital was opened May 10, 1892. A training school for nurses was established in 1894, which now numbers 10. The number of beds in the hospital, including those in private rooms, is 35. The number of patients treated during the fiscal year ending 1907 was 455. The present staff has 6 consulting and 9 attending members. Consulting staff: Dr. M.C. Ashley, neurologist; Dr. Francis Walk, Dr. J.I. Lent, ophthalmologists; Dr. W.E. Douglas, Dr. E.L. Fancher, Dr. C.W. Dennis, physicians. Visiting staff: Dr. T.D. Mills, Dr. J.B. Hewlett, Dr. W.L. Purdy, surgeons; Dr. Julia E. Bradner, Dr. J.L. Hammer, Dr. D.B. Hardenberg, Dr. M.A. Stivers, Dr. C.I. Redfield. Dr. E.M. Schultz, physicians. The Dr. McDonald House. The Dr. McDonald House at Central Valley, formerly known as Falkirk, was founded by Dr. James Francis Ferguson in 1889. This institution was designed and built for the special care of patients suffering from nervous diseases. Originally, it accommodated but 15 patients, but it was enlarged by the construction of another large cottage called the Stanley, and now can care for twice that number. Its beautiful location and surroundings contribute to make it an ideal home for such patients. Following the death of Dr. Ferguson, in 1904, the sanitarium was conducted for 2 years by Dr. Henry A. Ferguson and William E. Ferguson, when it was purchased by its present proprietor and physician in charge, Dr. Carlos F. MacDonald, who has associated with him Dr. Clarence J. Slocum as a resident physician. Interpines. This sanitarium is located at Goshen and was established in June 1890 by Dr. F. W. Seward. It then had 14 beds for patients, but in 1897 the capacity of the institution was increased by commodious additions to 56 patients. The institution affords all the advantages of a modern home for invalids, especially for the treatment of disorders of the nervous system. It is conducted by Dr. Seward and his son, Dr. F. W. Seward, Jr., who has been associated with his father for the past 8 years. The limitations of space allotted this article, not allowing the presentation of biographies. I have collected and arranged the following data relating to the physicians who have settled in Orange County and practiced there since 1728. The dates include the period of practice in this county, terminating either by removal or death. The residences designated generally refer to villages or larger places, but sometimes only the townships are known. The last column contains the names of the medical college or society granting the diploma or license, memberships and offices in county medical societies, and positions or connections with local hospitals, etc. In all cases, every endeavor has been made to obtain the full data, and careful verification made of all information received. In a number of cases, it has been impossible to determine the dates, and even the residences of some of the practitioners could not be ascertained. In other cases, the source of their diploma or license cannot be found in any of the records. Special mention has been made in a comparatively few instances where physicians are known to have held distinguished positions or have been otherwise honored, but omissions should not be construed to indicate inferiority of the standing of those worthy physicians who labored on in dignified silence, although conscious of many a triumph in the art of life-saving. I am greatly indebted to those physicians and other interested friends who have furnished information and data, and especially to Dr. L. R. Pierce, who assisted in the compilation of this table. A chronological list of physicians who have practiced in Orange County. For explanation of abbreviations, see last page. Years of name, location, medical college practice or society granting diploma, memberships in county medical societies, public service, etc. 1728 p. 1758 Cadwallader Coldenam Univ. Of Edinburgh, medical author, historian, Lute, colonial governor, died 1776. D. 1758 Alexander Clinton Montgomery studied medicine in N.Y. City. Died of smallpox at Shawangunk. D. 1768 John Barnes Cornwall. D. 1791 Charles Clinton Montgomery studied medicine in N.Y. City. Served in British Navy as surgeon's mate. P. 1749 D. 1763 Evans Jones New Windsor, one of the Little proprietors of the Britain New Windsor Township plot. Lived in the Brewster House. P. 1754 William Tunis, Florida 1760d. 1837 Eliezer Jedney Town, Inc. OCMS and Newburgh Pries, 28. Recited on present site Quasake Bank, Newburgh, p. 1764 de P. New Windsor, p. 1768 those. Clark, Little Britain, p. 1769 John Gale Goshen, p. 1769 d. 1779 Benj. Tustin Goshen Surrogate, 1778, introduced practice of inoculation with smallpox in this vicinity. Lute, Call, Goshen Reg. Killed in Battle of Minisink. p. 1769 John Pearson Goshen, p. 1769 Alicia Dubois Warwick, Inc. OCMS. p. 1769 d. 1782 Daniel Rosencrans Minisink, p. 1769 d. 1780 4 Henry White Minisink, p. 1769. Chandler Blooming Grove, p. 1769 those. Wickham Goshen, Inc. OCMS. p. 1769 Isaac Brown Newburgh, p. 1769 Isaac Tobias Cornwall, p. 1770 John Hill Montgomery, p. 1770 Jacob Everett Port Jervis, p. 1770 Smith Montgomery, p. 1776 d. 1821 Jonathan Bailey New Windsor served in war. Of Revolution, p. 1776 d. 1813 Jonathan Swezey Goshen, Inc. OCMS. Pries, Sixten, born 1752. p. 1776 William Gurley New Windsor, p. 1776 Elias Winfield Newburgh, p. 1776 Daniel Wood Warwick, New Windsor, p. 1776 d. 1797 Nathaniel Elmer Florida Capt. Co. Florida Soldiers, 1775. p. 1776 d. 1823 Moses Higby Newburgh and contemporary Dr. New Windsor Charles Clinton. Administered emetic to British spy and thereby recovered silver bullet containing important dispatch, p. 1776 Joseph Young Newburgh with Revolutionary Army, p. 1776 Thomas Young Newburgh with Revolutionary Army, p. 1776 robbed. Morrison Newburgh, p. 1776 Hugh Morrison Newburgh, p. 1776 James Stuckney Newburgh, p. 1780-1810 William Elliott Montgomery, p. 1783 John Smeads Montgomery. Contemporary Dr. Chaws. Clinton probably practiced in nearby locality, p. 1784 d. 1799 Phineas Hedges Newburgh, p. 1786 d. 1835 David Fowler, J.R. Newburgh Surgeon 2D Reg Loyalists, 1776, Mem. OCMS. Anne Pries, 15. p. 1786 WM. Gale Goshen, p. 1786 Chaws, Tustin Montgomery, p. 1788 d. Eusebius Austin Unionville Hahn, Mem. O. CMS, p. 1788-1808 Joss, Welland, Crawford, and Lick, OCMS. Montgomery and Mem. ID. 1795 d. Samuel S. Seward, Florida, Mem. Assembly, 04 County Judge, 15 Inc., OCMS and First Vice Breeze, ESD. S.S. Seward Institute at Florida, 46. 1878 d. 1898 Matthew C. Lyon New Windsor, p. 1798 Samuel Gale Goshen, p. 1798 Benjamin S. Hoyt New Windsor, Inc. OCMS, p. 1798 d. 1845 Increase Crosby Crawford Lick, MSSC. Mem. OCMS, p. 1799 d. 1844 Benj. Newkirk MT, Hope Mem. OCMS, p. 1799 D1826 Israel Sayer 1802 D 1859 Jacob Hornbeck Port Jervis Lick MSSNY 1806 D 1867 Jacob Van Dusen Port Jervis Univ NY P 1806 Elijah Randall Monroe Inc. OCMS P 1806 D 1816 William Elmer Goshen Inc. OCMS P 1806 D 1810 Nathaniel Elmer Jr. Denton Inc. OCMS and First Secchi P 1806 Charles Fowler Montgomery Inc. OCMS P 1806 D 1826 David R. Arnell Scotchtown Inc. OCMS Goshen and Pries 10, 11, 12, 13, 19, 21, 22, 23 Organized movement which recovered bones of heroes of Minnesink P 1806 R. Samuel Warner Inc. OCMS P 1806 R 1817 WM McCoppin Inc. OCMS P 1806 R Aaron M. Smith Inc. OCMS P 1860 1824 Elihu Hedges Cornwall Inc. OCMS P 1806 R Ethan Watson Inc. OCMS P 1806 R Cornelius Russa Inc. OCMS P 1806 D 1823 James Bradner Goshen Inc. OCMS Born 1762 P 1806 Henry I Hornbeck Port Jervis Inc. OCMS P 1806 Elijah Welch Newberg Inc. OCMS P 1806 Anthony Davis Goshen Lick OCMS Mem and Pries ID 70809 P 1806 Joseph Houston Edenville Lick OMS and Mem ID 1806 Jonathan Hedges Little Britain Lick OCMS and Mem ID 1807 Charles Fraser Jr. Lick OCMS 1807 Gabriel N. Phillips Phillipsburg Lick OCMS Mem and Pries ID 14 also Hun Mem P 1807 Nathaniel Gillespie Goshen Mem OCMS P 1807 D 1815 David Galatian Precinct of Lick NYCMS Hanover near one of First Walden supervisors Mem Assembly 1785 Mem OCMS P 1807 D 1843 Baltus Van Cleek Newburgh Mem OCMS and Pries 20 P 1807 R 1846 Heman Allen Lick OCMS P 1807 Sylvester Austin P 1808 D 1836 Silas Loomis Odysville Mem OCMS 1808 Joseph R. Andrews Lick OCMS and Mem ID 1808 Andrew J. Miller Lick OCMS and Mem ID 1808 D 1849 Chichester Brown Newburgh Lick OCMS and Mem ID 1809 D 1814 Jesse Arnell Goshen Lick OCMS and Mem ID P 1809 D 1837 Daniel Corwin Hopewell Middletown and Minnesink Mem OCMS 1809 R 1819 Francis Fowler Lick OCMS Mem ID and Pries 18 1809 Walter Watson Lick OCMS 1809 Albert Schoonmaker Lick OCMS 1810d, 1846 William Townsend Goshenlick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1810d, 1844 David Hanford Middletown Yale, 07. Mem. O. CMS one of the founders Walkell Academy, 1810r. Chas. Parkslick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1810d, 1848 Robt. Shaw MT. Hopelick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1810 William Hedges Newburgh, Lick. OCMS. 1810 James Fowler Lick. OCMS. P. 1810 JNO. Gashery Mem. OCMS. P. 1811 JNO. T. Jansen Minnesink Mem. OCMS. Anne Prees. 2029. 1812d, 1858 Joshua Hornbeck Scotchtonlick. OCMS. Mem. OCMS. Anne Prees. Id. 27, 44, 45, 47, 48, p. 1813 Peter A. Millspaw Montgomery Lick. MSCNY. Mem. OCMS. Anne Prees. 1824, 26, 1814d, 1858 Jas. M. Gardner Newburgh Lick. NYSMS. Mem. OCMS. Anne Prees. Id. 34, 37, 40, 41 1814 Thos. G. Evans Goshenlick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1814d, 1866 Thos. McKissick Newburgh Lick. OCMS. Admitted to the bar, Supreme Court Judge, 47 and Rep. In Congress, 49, 1814r. JNO. S. Swezi Minnesink Lick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1814 Jas. Heron Warwick Lick. OCMS Mem. Id and Prees. 33 36 39 1814d, 1838 Jas. P. Young's Edenville Lick. MSSNY. Mem. OCMS. 1814 Marcus Ostrander Port Jervis. Mem. OCMS. 1815d, 1824 Thomas Chattel Port Jervis Lick. OCMS. 1815 Jesse Bottle Lick. OCMS. 1815R, 1831 Peter P. Galatian Walden N. Y. Hosp. 13 14 15. Lick O. CMS and Mem. Id. Born 1794, died 1862. 1815d, 1843 Robt. C. Hunter Hamptonburg Lick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1815R. Jacob Ostrom Jr. Lick. MSDC Mem. OCMS. 1816 George Eager Montgomery and Lick. OCMS. Newburgh Mem. Id. and Prees. 32p 1816 Joseph Halleck Ridgebury. Mem. OCMS P. 1816 WM. H. Newkirk Unionville Lick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. P. 1816 R. 1832 Israel Green Monroe. Lick. MSUC Mem. OCMS. P. 1816 R. JNO. W. Montrose Crawford Lick. MSSNJ. Mem. OCMS. 1817 James Ray Lick. OCMS. P. 1817 R. 1847 Hiram K. Chapman Newburgh Mem. OCMS. 1818 D. 1824 Charles Miller Newburgh Yale Mem. OCMS 1818D, 1844 William Horton, Jr., Goshen Lick, OCMS Mem, Id and Pries, 33 1818D, 1834 Egbert Janssen Goshen Lick, OCMS Mem, Id and Pries, 29 1818D, 1851 Nathaniel P. Church Greenville Lick, OCMS. And Mem. ID 1818D, 1872 JNO, J. Linderman Port Jervis Mem, OCMS 1819R, Peter Magivny 1819D, 1847 John W. Drury New Windsor v. MC Mem, OCMS. Served in War 14, 1819R, Stephen Hasbrook Walden or Mem. OCMS. Newburgh 1819D, 1868 Chaws, Winfield Crawford Lick, OCMS Mem, Id and Pries 36, 37, 42, 46 Rep. In Congress 60-67, 1819D, 1840 Geo. Hedges Newburgh Mem. OCMS 1821D, 1875 John S. Crane Goshen Lick, OCMS. And Mem, Id Surgeon's Mate TH Brigade NYS 25, County Clerk 26, 1821 Theodore Wells Goshen, Lick, OCMS, 1821 Jonathan Sears Montgomery, Lick, OCMS, 1821 R. Townsend Seeley Goshen P. SNY, Mem, OCMS, 1821D, 1870 George Hunter Searsville Lick, OCMS. And Mem, ID, 1822D, 1848 Robert Shaw MT, Hope Lick, OCMS. And Mem, ID, 1822R, Francis Beatty Mem. OCMS 1822 John M. Go Cornwall Mem, OCMS. And Pries, Id 38, 1822R. Thos, Royce Minnesink Mem, OCMS P 1823D, 1849 Isaac Garrison Newburgh v. MC 23 Mem. OCMS P 1823D, 1835 Joss, Halstead Minnesink Lick, OCMS. And Mem. ID. Born 1798 P, 1824 D, 1874 Charles Hardin PT, Jervis P, and SNY Berglick. OCMS. And Mem. ID. P 1824R, Isaac D. Dodd Goshen Lick, MSSNJ. Mem. OCMS P 1824 John J. Wheeler Warwick, P, and SNY Mem. OCMS 1825D, 1861 Merritt H. Cash Ridgebury N. YMC 25 Mem. OCMS. And Pries, Id 50 51 52 Mem. Assembly, erected Minnesink Monument, at Goshen, P 1825 Edna Hayden Mem, OCMS, 1825 Andrew King Washingtonville Lick, OCMS. And Newburgh and Mem. ID. 1825 Harris Edmonston Newburgh Lick, OCMS. And Mem. ID. 1825R, Gabriel Corwin Lick, OCMS, 1825R, Winans Rush Pine Bush, Lick, OCMS, 1825 Samuel Harlow Monroe Lick, OCMS, 1825 Dewitt Strong Washingtonville Lick, OCMS, 1825D, 1866 Marcus Sears Montgomery and Univ, NY Craigville Mem, OCMS, 1825R, Horace G. Bradner Lick. OCMS 1825 Dewitt C. Edmonston Newburgh 1826-1828 Dickerson P.T. Jervis 1826D 1886 G.M. Millspaw Walden C. M.C. 20 Mem. OCMS 1826 James C. Fitchlick. OCMS and Mem. ID 1826 Jacob P. Sticklewick, OCMS 1826R 1858 Jano, P. Tarbell Newberglick, OCMS and Mem. ID 1826 Asa R. Howell Lick, OCMS 1827D 1869 Jano, B. McMunn Middletown Mem. OCMS and Port Jervis originator of McMunn's elixir of opium, 1827 Lewis Dunning Goshen Lick, OCMS and Mem. ID P. 1827 Jas. B. McGill Lick, OCMS P. 1827 David H. Brewster New Windsor Lick, OCMS and Mem. Id. Mem. OCHMS 1829D 1838 Adam B. Jedney Newberglick, MSHC 1829D 1852 Thos, S. Edmonston Chester Lick, OCMS and Mem. ID P. 1829 JNO, P. Kennedy Mem. OCMS P. 1829 Chaws, Arnell Mem. OCMS P. 1829J. W. Cooper Blooming Grove Mem. OCMS P. 1829R, JNO, N. Prine Blooming Grove P. and SNY 28 Mem. OCMS 1830D 1888 John W. Fenton Newburgh and Lick, OCMS Middle Hope and Mem. Id. Health Officer, City Newburgh, 70, 71. 1830R. A. Clinton Cornwall P. 1830 Jas. Van Curen Little Britain Mem. OCMS P. 1830 Hartport Jervis died in service U. S. Army 1830D 1890 Bardo Wright-Hamptonburg P. and SWDNY 30 Memo. CMS Pries 55 and Hun Mem. P. 1830 Ball Port Jervis 1830D 1892 JNO, Conkling Port Jervis P. and S. 1831D 1839 Jerome Wells Blooming Grove Lick, OCMS and Mem. ID born 1810 1831D 1893 JNO. L. Foster Newburgh Rutgers, 30, 1836, Lick, OCMS. Rhett, to farm, 1831R, Philip S. Timlow Amity Lick, OCMS. And Mem. ID 1831 Jas. C. Horton Craigville Lick, OCMS. And Mem. ID P. 1831D. William Morrison Cornwall P. and SWDNY Mem. OCMS 1832 Abel Leibolt Port Jervis Lick, OCMS P. 1832 Leander W. Lynn P. 1833H. P. Benham Newburgh P. 1833H. W. Hornbeck Scotchtown Mem. OCMS. Years of name, location, medical college practice, or society granting diploma, memberships in County Medical Society's public service, etc. 1833 Rhett, 1853 E.B. Carpenter Monroe P. and SNY 33 Mem. OCMS Member Assembly P. 1833 Harvey Halleck Minnesink Mem. OCMS 1834D 1864 Dewitt C. Halleck Greenville v. MC Mem. OCMS 1834D 1899 Harvey Everett Middletown v. MC 34 Mem. OCMS and Hun, Mem. ID. P 1834R. Austin Webb Ridgebury M. MC. P 1834 Edward H.S. Holden P. 1834D 1890 Avery Cook Odysville Mem. OCMS. And Pries, id. 58 and 59, P 1834 WM. Murph P 1834R, 1841 Samuel B. Barlow Florida Yale 22 Mem. OCMS Prof. Materia Medica N. H.M. Call 63. P 1834 Samuel D. Holly Warwick Mem. OCMS. And Pries, id. 56, P 1834 George Brown Newburgh Mem. OCMS. And Pries, id. 57 1833D 1875 Bushrod Millspaw Montgomery Mem. OCMS 1835 William Everett Goshen. Lick. OCMS P 1835D 1890 Daniel Wells Newburgh P. and SNY 35 1835 Horace W. Johnson Lick. OCMS 1836D 1866 Elias Peck Newburgh P. and SNY 35 Mem. OCMS 1836D 1886 Samuel M. Crawford and Lick. MSSNY Montgomery 36, Mem. OCMS, P 1836D 1859 Chaws, G. Fowler Town of Mem. OCMS. Montgomery born 1779, P 1836 Grant, M. Rowe Monroe Mem. OCMS, P 1836D 1855 Harvey Horton Minnesink P. and SNY 29 Mem. OCMS, P 1836 Joseph R. Andrews Monroe Mem. OCMS, P 1836A, M. Brewster Blooming Grove Mem. OCMS, P 1836 Daniel G. Durkee Crawford Mem. OCMS, 1837D 1891 Alpheus Goodman Salisbury Mills CMC 37 Mem. OCMS. And Pries, id. 60, 61, P. 1837 John W. Raffert's Westtown Lick. MSSNY Mem. OCMS, P. 1838D 1841 Adam W. Mills Scotchtown and M. IF Paw Middletown Mem. OCMS. First dentist in Middletown, born P. 1838 Abraham L. Reynolds Warwick Mem. OCMS 1838D 1881 Nathaniel Deo Newburgh J. MC Mem. OCMS 1839D Henry C. Seeley Amity Lick. MSSNY. 38 and OCMS. Mem. and Pries, id. 67, P. 1839D 1898 DC Jane Florida Yale 39 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCHMS. And Pries, id. 54, P. 1839D 1865 Chaws, B. Howell New Windsor and Lick. OCMS Washingtonville Mem. OCMS 1839 John S. Crawford P. 1839R 1857 Jonathan D. Bevier Sugar Loaf J. MC and Warwick Lick. OCMS Mem. OCMS. Served in Civil War last tours P. 1840 Alfred H. Lick. OCMS Mem. OCMS. P. 1840R 1845 Gilbert C. Monell Newburgh P. and SNY 39 Mem. OCMS. And Pries. Id. 53-54. p. 1840 William H. Johnson Mem. OCMS. 1840d. 1878 David C. Winfield Middletown A. MC. 40 Mem. OCMS. And Pries. Id. 65-66. County Clerk. 59-65. 1840d. 1842 Charles F. Gray P. 1841d. Bethune Mem. OCMS. P. 1841d. B. McCarty Newburgh Mem. OCMS. P. 1841R. 1842 William A. Westcott Goshen A. M.C. Mem. OCMS, afterwards graduated from Princeton Theological Seminary and preached at Florida and S. Centerville D. 1876. 1841d. 1870 M. S. Hayne Unionville G. M.C. Mem. OCMS. 1841d. 1890 Alex. Barclay Newburgh Lick. MSSNY Mem. OCMS. P. 1841 Jesse T. Hotchkiss Cornwall Univ. Pa Mem. OCHMS. 1841d. 1889 Joss. D. Friend Middletown Lick. Bot. MS 42 and afterward grad, Met. MC, Eck, editor local papers also of Med. Jour of Reform, Prof. Obstetrics Met M. C. 52-4, Assemblyman 77, 1842d, 1892 JNO. C. Boyd Monroe T. MC 41 Mem. OCMS. And Pries. Id. 62, 72, 73, 78, 1842d, 1886 J. D. Johnson Middletown St. T. M. C. and H. Lon Mem. OCMSN. YMC 55p 1842d 1849 Those. W. Newman Goshen P. and SNY 41 Mem. OCMS and Secchi 4248. Born 1821, 1842 R. Benj. Dunning Goshen P. and SNY 41 Mem. OCMS 1843d 1867 Peter E. Conklin Cornwall P. and SWDNY 38 Mem. OCMS 1843d 1891 Thos. Millspaw Walden and A. MC 43 Montgomery Mem. OCMS 1843d 1894 Era S. Bradner Scotchtown and Univ. NY 43 Middletown Mem. OCMS Mem. OCHMS Surg. 56th Reg. P 1843d 1874 SW S. Ray Monroe Mem. OCMS. P 1843 R. Jas. A. Young Scotchtown Lick. OCMS Mem. OCMS. P 1843 R. 1856 GC Blackman Newburgh P. and SNY 41 Mem. OCMS Surg. USV 61 and 62. Medical author and editor of note. Later professor of surgery, Cincinnati Medical Call. P 1843 Ashel Houghton St. Andrews Mem. OCMS and Cornwall Mem. OCHMS 1844d 1880s. C. Smith Walden and Lick. MSCNY Montgomery 39 Mem. OC. MS 1844d 1896 Lewis Y. Wiggins Newburgh Univ. NY 44 P. 1844 Philander Mix Blooming Grove Mem. OCMS P. 1844d 1900 Lewis Armstrong Minnesink Mem. OCMS. Middletown retired and engaged in hardware business many years. Born 1845d 1876 WM. P. Townsend Goshen Harvard 45 Mem. OCMS. and sec. Trias and pries. Id. 68 mem. T. SMS. 1845 R. 1890 Saml. P. Church Newburgh P. and SNY 45 X Visiting Phys. St. Luke's Hospital. Nubg. P. 1845 JNO. Patterson Mem. OCMS. P. 1845 Henry L. W. Burritt Yale Mem. OCMS. P. 1845 R. 1850 Abraham Crowell East Coldenham AMC 43 Mem. OCMS. Died in NYC 59 1845 D. 1899 Sol. G. Carpenter Chester Univ. NY 45 Mem. OCMS and pries. Id. 77. 1846 D. 1882 WM. Dorrance Middletown Univ. NY 45 1846 D. 1888 WM. AM Culbert Newburgh Univ. NY 46 Mem. OCHMS. And first Seki of ID. 1847 D. 1870 Thos. Cuddeback Port Jervis Yale. 1847 George Eager, Jr. Montgomery P. and SNY 47 Mem. OCMS. 1848 D. 1863 Chaws. Drake Newburgh P. and S. Mem. OCMS. P. 1849 Isaac Carey Warwick V. MC Mem. OCMS. 1848 R. 1854 Benj. W. Thompson Goshen Mem. OCMS. 1849 D. 1886 Chaws. M. Lawrence Port Jervis Univ. NY 49 Mem. OCHMS. And pries. Id. -77 1850 R. 1856 A. W. Dufferin Port Jervis Germany 1850 D. 1882 Geo. E. Putney Howell C. MC 50 Mem. OCMS Sec. and pries. Id. 74 Mem. TSMS 1850 D. 1885 WM. A. Luffren Walden G. MC 50. P. 1850 Isaac Reeve Goshen Mem. OCMS. P. 1850 D. 1854 Nelson McBride MT. Hope Mem. OCMS. 1850 D. 1903 W. FC Beatty Cornwall G. MC 50 Mem. OCMS. 1850 R. Geo. H. Fossard Port Jervis A. MC 59 Surgeon 56th Reg -5 Mem. TSMS and OCMS. 75 1850 D. 1889 Jas. H. Smiley Scotchtown A. MC 50 Mem. OCMS. And pries. Id. 76 Mem. TSMS. 1851 D. 1880 Robt. Sloan Middletown Univ. NY 51 Mem. OCMS. 1851 1884 David F. Robertson Unionville Univ. NY 1851 D. 1894 Chaws. P. Smith Chester C. MC 51 Mem. OCMS. And pries. Id. 75 1851 R. 1864 Abraham Deo Gidneys Mills Univ. NY 51 and Newburgh 1851 R. 1853 G. P. Reeves Goshen Univ. NY Mem. OCMS. P. 1851 R. WM. S. Halsey Chester. Mem. OCMS. P. 1851 RM. Stevenson Newburgh Mem. OCMS. P. 1851 D. 1896 Wilmot C. Terry Odysville and CMC 51 Ridgebury Mem. OCMS. P. 1851 D. 1859 A. Gerald Hull Newburgh Rutgers 32 Mem. OCHMS. And pries. Id. 51 Editor several homeopathic journals and books 1852 D 1888 Those, Walsh Port Jervis Univ, NY 48 Mem, OCMS, 1852 D, 1902 Joshua W. Ostrom Goshenlick, MSSNY Mem, OCMS and Seki Mem, OCHMS. And Pries, id. 76-78, p. 1852 d. 1866 James Low Newberg and p. and SNY Coldenham Lute Call, 19th Reg. 1852 d. 1866 Thomas Heaton Cornwall p. and SNY 52, 1852 a. H. Thompson Walden Mem. OCMS, 1853 R. 1860 Geo. S. Little Walden Mem, OCMS, 1854 D. 1896 WM, H. Woodruff Pine Bush A. MC 54 Mem, OCMS, P. 1854 R. L. F. Pelton, Florida and Mem, OCMS. Warwick 1855 D. 1901 Peter M. Barclay Newberg Univ, NY 41 1855 R 1856 J. C. Garland Port Jervis T. MC, Dublin 1855-1863 Benj. Carpenter Port Jervis Univ. Mitch 1855 D. 1894 Solomon Van Etten Port Jervis A. MC 55 Surgeon 56th Reg. Mem. OCMS and Pries 69 Mem. TSMS and Pries 72 1855 D. 1888 Theodore H. Cooper Warwick P. and SNY 55 Ass. Surgeon 156th Reg. Supervisor and Assemblyman Mem. OCMS P. 1855 Nelson Newton MT. Hope Mem. OCMS P. 1855 Griffith Pine Bush 1856 D. 1903 R. V.K. Montfort Newberg A. MC 56 Mem. OCMS. Anne Pries, id. Ass. Surg and Sergeant Reg. 65 Supt. Public Schools Newburgh 25 Ers. Health Officer City Newbg. 66-69 Exvis. Fies. St. Luke's Hosp. 1856 D. 1906 Webb D. Cooper Unionville Univ. NY. 1856 D. 1896 William Jones Newburgh E. MCNY. 69. 1856 R. 1859 Harvey Addison Middletown A. MC. 56. Horton 1856 D. 1870 Alicia Hawkins Newburgh 1857 P. 1907 J. H. Thompson Goshen P. and SNY 57 Mem. OCMS and Pries. id. 86 Mem. TSMS and Pries. id. 79 Surg. 124th Reg. 62-65 1857 P. 1907 WM. B. Bradner Warwick P. and SNY 57 Mem. OCMS and Pries. id. 81 Surg. 166th Reg. P. 1857 Jonathan L. Whitaker Unionville PCM Mem. OCMS. 1858 D. 1867 JNO. N. Taylor Middletown A. MC Mem. OCMS and Pries. id. 6364. 1858 R. 1864 Carol Dunham Newburgh P. and SNY 50 later Dean N. YHMCP. 1858 D. 1894 Joss. P. Thompson Newburgh P. UM 58. 1858 R. 1861 James McClory Newburgh 1858 D. 1896 Smith Ely Newburgh V. MC 50 Mem. OCMS and Pries. id. 89 First Surg. of St. Luke's Hospital 1859 R. 1871 G. H. Sears Blooming Grove Univ. Pa Mem. OCMS P. 1859 R. Theo. Martin Warwick N. YMC. 1859 P. 1907 Henry Hardenberg Port Jervis P. and SNY 50 mem. OCMS and Pries. ID 98 mem. TSMS and Pries. ID 83 1860 Ret. 1907 H. Robinson Goshen Univ. NY 60 mem. OCMS and Pries. ID and 93 mem. TSMS 1860R, 1861A. S lines Edenville 1860D, 1885 John S. Hurd Newburgh P. and SNY 37 Pries. Board of Health Newburgh 1867 to 83, P 1862R. Maria S. Plum Otisville M. MC 1862R, 1870 WM. B. Pearson Goshen 1863-1867N. F. Marshport Jervis 1864-1870 David A. Gorton Newburgh High. TCNY 59 Author and contributor to Homeopathic Lit. 1863R, 1865 Francis H. Roof Newburgh P. and SNY 62 Ass. Serg. 39th Reg. 1863 P. 1907 Jas. C. Coleman Goshen A. MC 63 Mem. OCMS 1864 D. 1897 Simon D. Dubois Blooming Grove B. HMC 64 Mem. OCMS 1864 D. 1901 Joseph Moffat Washington Univ. Mitch 52 Ville Mem. OCMS and Pries. ID 70. 1864 D. 1871 Edward E. Lee Newburgh N. YMC 59 1864 P. 1907 C. H. Gorse Salisbury Mills Univ. NY 64 1864 R. 1868 S. G. Dimmick Newburgh 1864 R. 1870 R. W. Hewitley Newburgh, Homeo. 1865 R. 1866 Robt. Ferries Greenville L. ICH Mem. OCMS 1865 R. 1870 Geo. W. Care Newburgh Univ. Glasgow 63 1865 D. 1875 Isaac S. Hunt Port Jervis Yale Univ. 65 Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS 1865 R. 1883 J. D.F. Nichols Newburgh B. MC 65 1865 R. 1867 N. Roe Bradner Jr. Warwick Mem. OCMS. P 1865 R. 1894 Hiram A. Pooler Goshen B. HMC 65 Mem. OCM S. 1865 D. 1905 Adam P. Ferries Florida Univ. Mitch 65 Mem. OCMS and Mem. ID 79 1865 P. 1907 Clarence Ormsby East Coldenham Univ. NY 65 and Newburgh Mem. OCMS Mem. NBMS 1866 D. 1883 Darwin Everett Middletown P. and SNY 64 1866 P. 1907 Theo. Writer Otisville B. HMC 66 Mem. OCMS and Pries. ID 84 Mem. TSMS and Pries. 82 1866 P. 1907 Jas. G. Birch Newburgh Harvard 66. 1866 P. 1907 James Gordon Newburgh J. MC 66 Health Officer City Newburgh 727 and 82-93 Ex-Visiting Phys. St. Luke's Hospital 1866 P. 1907 Fredk. W. Seward Goshen Univ. VT 66 Mem. OCHMS. And Pries 89 and 90 Mem. HMSD. O and MU Mem. OCMS Prop. Interpine Sanitarium, Ex-Health Officer, 1867 Ret. 1907 Grenville A. Emory Middletown A. MC 67 Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS, 1867 D. 1904 Geo. B. L. Mitchell Newburgh N. YHMC 67. Years of name, location, medical college practice, or society granting diploma, memberships in county medical societies, public service, etc. 1867 p. 1907 J. D. Malone Newberg D. MC 67, 1867 R. 1875 David Van Dyke Newberg A. MC 52 Mem. OCMS 1867 R. 1871 James A. Mills Newberg 1868 R. 1895 Moses C. Stone Newberg Univ. NY 68 Mem. OCMS X-Fies, St. Luke's Hosp. Health Officer City Newberg 78-79. 1868 D. 1897 Chaws. N. Woolley Newberg L. ICH, Mem. NBMS 1868 D. 1899 JNO. R. Monroe Highland Falls LICH 68, 1868 R. 1870 Ward Goshen 1869 P. 1907 John J. Mitchell Newberg N. YMC 57 Mem. OCHMS. Anne Prees. Id. 73 74 75. 1869-1875 M. E. Jones Port Jervis 1869 D. 1904 D. D. Wickham Port Jervis Syracuse Univ. 76 P. 1869 R. 1886 WM. H. Vale Cornwall P. and SNY 69. 1870 D. 1893 A. J. Jessup Westtown and P. and SNY 69 Goshen Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS 1870 D. 1897 Jerome A. Mobby Newberg Lick. Or HMS 60 Mem. OCHMS Literary and Poetical Contributor 1870 D. 1879 Oris A. Carroll Port Jervis C. MC 55 Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS and Prees. Id 75 Serg. 143 D. Reg. 1871 D. 1880 Fred H. Bradner Middletown N. YHMC 71 Mem. OCHMS. P. 1871 R. 1877 SW Clausen Blooming Grove Univ. NY 67 Mem. OCMS 1871 R. 1872 C. H. Yarrington Craigville Univ. NY 71 Mem. OCMS P. 1871 R. 1885 JNO. H. LaGrange Newberg P. 1871 R. 1881 Arthur Woodruff Goshen C. HMC 73 Mem. OCHMC. And Prees. Id 7980-81 P. 1872 D. Henry K. Bradner Monroe, Warwick Univ. Pa 72 Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS. P. 1872 R. 1877 Isaac Curtis Sugar Loaf M. SM Mem. OCMS. P. 1872 R. A. W. Jackson Newberg Lick. MSUC. 1872 R. 1906 K. R. Post Newberg P. and SNY 67 Druggist. 1873 R. 1874 C. S. Van Etten Sparrowbush Univ. Pa Mem. OCMS. 1873 D. 1897 K. S. Elmer Monroe and Univ. Mitch. 73 Cornwall Mem. OCMS. 1873 D. 1896 Gustav Gartzman Newberg B. MC 71 Mem. OCMS. Mem. NBMS. 1873 R. 1878 B. G. McCabe Middletown Mem. TSMS and Prees. ID. P. 1875 R. H. P. Chase Highland Falls P. and SNY 73 1874 R. 1874 George F. Foote Middletown Organizer and First Supt. Middletown State Hospital 74, 1874R, 1883 WM, M. Butler Middletown P., and SNY 73 Mem. OCHMS. Anne Pries, id. 82 St. Ast. Supt. State Hospital, 1874D, 1881F. D. Owens, Westtown and Lick. OCMS and Unionville Mem. ID 1874R, 1883J. T. Potter Port Jervis Syracuse Univ, 1874R, 1888 Clarence Canant Middletown N. YHMC 73 Mem. OCHMS 1874R, 1888 Allen P. McDonald Port Jervis H. MCCH 1874D, 1900 T. Burke Pillsbury Middletown Harvard 72 Mem. OCMS. Anne Pries 94 also Sec. Id. 7990 Mem. TSMS and Pries 86 Visiting Surg. Thrall Hospital 1874D, 1892J. H. Hunt Port Jervis B. MC 72 Mem. OCMS Mem. TSMS. Erected Hunt Memorial Hospital 1874 P. 1907D. T. Condict Searsville and AMC 74 Goshen Mem. OCMS. Anne Pries, id. 87 Health Officer 1874 P. 1907 E. Ross Elliott Montgomery Univ. NY 74 Mem. OCMS and Pries, id. 0306 Mem. NBMS 1874 R. E. H. Gillette Turners E. MCNY 74 1874 D. 1884 JNO. D. Stockham Turners E. MCNY 74 1874 R. Emery G. Drake Cornwall L. ICH 1874 P. 1907 W. W. Wendover Warwick P. and SNY 74 Mem. OCMS 1874 R. 1877 Henry R. Stiles Middletown Supt. State Hospital 1875 R. C. H. Wilson New Milford Univ. NY 75 Lick. OCMS. And Mem. ID 1875 P. 1907 W. T. Seeley Amity and Yale 75 Warwick Lick. OCMS. And Mem. OCMA 1876-1880H. C. Mueller Port Jervis P. and SNY 73 Mem. TSMS 1876D 1890 WM. B. Eager Middletown P. and SNY 48 Mem. OCMS and Pries 80 Mem. TSMS and Pries 1876 R. 1892 Arthur Pell Goshen B. MC 75 Mem. OCMS and Pries, id. 90 1876 R. 1900 Alex. H. Goodman Salisbury Mills Univ. NY 76 and Cornwall Mem. OCMS 1876 P. 1907 R. J. Kingston Newburgh P. and SNY 77 and NY Call. Pharmacy 1876 Alex. B. Leggett Montgomery Lick. OCMS and Mem. ID 1877D 1888 Henry C. Smith Montgomery N. YHMC 74 Mem. OCHMS 1877 R. 1895 Leon Divinoy Port Jervis France 1877 D. 1900 W. H. Edsall Otisville and A. MC 77 Highland Falls Mem. OCMC 1877 R. 1878 R. C. Irving Campbell Halby. MC 77 Mem. OCMS 1877 R. 1883 R. S. Stansborough Newburgh Univ. NY 74 1877 D. 1902 S. H. Talcott Middletown N. YHMC 72 Mem. OCHMS. And Pries, id 79-80, 3rd Supt, State Hospital, 77-02, Lecturer N. YHMC 1877 P. 1907 Theo. D. Mills, Port Jervis and P. and SNY 76 Middletown Mem. OCMS Sec. and Pries 83 Mem. TSMS and Pries 78 Visiting Surg. Thrall Hospital. 1877 P. 1907 Elizabeth G. Mayer Turner's W. MCNYI 77 Mem. OCMS 1877 P. 1907 John Deo Newburgh B. HMC 77 Mem. OCMS Mem. NBMS and Trias. Id. Ass. Phys. St. Luke's Hospital. 1877 R. 1880 N. Emmons Payne Middletown A. MC 75 Mem. OCHMS and D. Ast. Supt. State Hospital 1878 R. 1888 Aloysius Kessler Newburgh Univ. NY 78 1878 P. 1907 W. L. Cuddeback Port Jervis B. HMC 76 Mem. OCMS and Pries. Id 91 Mem. TSMS and Pries. Id 78 Visiting Surg. Port Jervis Hospital 1878 D. 1898 Chaws. Colin Middletown Lick. Enical MS 78 1878 P. 1907 Julia Bradner Middletown N. YC and H for W. Home 72 Mem H. MSDO and U Visiting Phys. Thrall Hospital. 1878 R. 1907 K. T. Jones Newburgh and H. Aracle. Soch. Walden 1878 R. 1896 A. L. Leonard Central Valley Univ. Pa. 1878 R. 1879 C. H. Stanley Warwick Boston Univ. Home. P. 1879 R. W. H. Hanford Sparrowbush P. 1879 R. A. Seymour Westtown 1879 R. C. S. Kinney Middletown N. YHMC 79 Mem. OCHMS St. Ast. Supt. State Hospital P. 1879 RJ. S. Vreeland Westtown P. 1879 R. H. B. Shaw Cornwall on P. and SNY 77. Hudson 1880 R. 1889 Floyd P. Sheldon Newburgh Univ. Mitch. H. Mem. OCHMS. And Sec. ID. 1880 JNO. F. Higgins Port Jervis B. HMC 80 Mem. TSMS. 1880 D. 1897 H. D. Strubble Unionville and Univ. Pa. 75 Middletown Mem. TSMS Mem. OCMS Health Officer 91-92. 1880 R. 1889 E. J. Birmingham Cornwall on P. and SNY 71, Hudson 1881 R. Simon C. Bradley Middletown P. and SNY 80, 1881 D. 1905 David B. Smile of Scotchtown and P. and SNY 81 Middletown Mem. OCMS 1881 R. WM. B. Dewitt Pine Bush Univ. NY 1881 R. Edwa. R. Bowden Turner's L. ICH. 1881 R. 1884 Millard Brockway Cornwall and E. MC. Newburgh 1881 P. 1907 WM. E. Douglas Middletown B. HMC 76 Mem. OCMS and Pries 88 Mem. OCMA and Pries 03 and 04 Visiting Phys. Thrall Hospital 1881 P. 1907 WM. H. Faulkner Walden N. YHMC 81 Mem. OCHMC 1881 R. E. J. Westfall Middletown P. and SNY 71 1882 R. 1888 R. E. Asher Sparrowbush N. YHMC 82. 1882 R. 1892, Sarah Clock Newberg N. YMC and H. For W, 82 Mem. OCHMS. 1882D, 1893 Arthur P. Alney Middletown Univ. Buffalo, 82, 1882R, 1882 Arthur W. Condict Howells Univ. Mitch, 82 Mem. TSMS, 1882D, 1901 Geo. H. Dav Monroe U. SMC Ickle, 1882P, 1907 E. B. Lambert Port Jervis N. YHMC 82 Mem. OCMANO CMS, 1882R, 1904 James O. Davis Howells A. MC 75 Mem. TSMS. And Prees, 87 Mem. OCMS, 1883D, 1905D. G. Lippincott Campbell Hall JMC, 83 Mem. OCMS, 1883P, 1907 Milton C. Connor Middletown P. and SNY, 83 Mem. NBMS Mem. OCMA and Prees, 103 Mem. OCMS Ex-Health Officer, 1883R. Felix Karen Middletown E. MCNY, 1883P, 1907 George S. Bond Washingtonville P. and SNY, 83 Mem. OCMS, 1883R. Maria B. Patterson Turners W. MCNYI, 1883R, 1890 Alonzo P. Williamson Middletown H. MCPA, 76 Mem. OCHMS. And Prees, ID 83, 85, 87, First Ast, Supt. State Hospital, 83-90, 1884D, 1904 James F. Ferguson Central Valley Univ. NY 1860, Founder and Prop, Falkirk Sanitarium, 1884R, 1894W. H. Ilman Port Jervis P. and S. 84. 1884P, 1907 W. L. Purdy Westtown and Univ. NY 82 Middletown Mem. OCMS Trias and Prees, D. 00 Mem. TSMS and Prees. ID 88 Visiting Surg Thrall Hospital. Health Officer 94 95 96, 1884R. William I. Wallace Washingtonville Univ. Mitch 1884R, 1898 Lemuel G. Roberts Newburgh Univ. NY 82 1887P, 1907 E. Fancher Middletown Univ. Boston H. Mem. OCHMSH, MSDO and UO, CMA and O, CMS Visiting Phys Thrall Hospital, 1884R. Gordon B. Barnes Montgomery Univ. NY 84, 1884R. William Shade Middletown B. HMC 66, 1885D, 1902 Charles W. Butler Cornwall Univ. NY 85 Mem. OCMS, 1885D, 1906 Louis E. Hanmore Newburgh P. and SNY 84 also PHG. NYC. PH. Mem. OCMS Ex Visiting Phys, St. Luke's Hospital, 1885R. Frank Whitaker Odysville Univ. NY 83 1885R. Edward W. Harriman Middletown Univ. NY 84 1885P, 1907 HB Swartwout Port Jervis B. HMC 85 Mem. OCMS Vis. Surg. PJ. Hospital, Mayor Port Jervis, 1885R, 1887 Geo. F. Rice Chester Univ. NY, 1886R, 1889 Charles N. Payne Port Jervis N. YHMC, 85 Mem. OCHMS, 1886R, 1888 Louis Bertine Middletown B. HMC, 86, 1886D, 1901 A. L. Brown Cornwall on Hudson AMC, 86, also PHG. Mem. OCMS, 1886P, 1907 F. W. Dennis Unionville Univ. Mich. 81 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA. 1886 R. E. O. Eckhart Cornwall Boston Univ. H. 1886 P. 1907 F. W. Best Port Jervis N. YHMC 85 Mem. OCHMS. 1886 P. 1907 Clinton C. Cooley Montgomery A. MC 84 and Pine Bush Mem. OCMS. 1886 P. 1907 Jacob B. Peters Walden Univ. NY 85 Mem. OCMS and Pres. ID. 99 Mem. NBMS ex-Health Officer. 1887 R. 1891 W. Co. McKeeby Odysville Univ. MD 87, 1887 R. 1898 L. L. Gillette Turner's Univ. W 87 Mem. OCMS. 1887 R. Homer A. Hitchcock Goshen and Univ. NY 80, Highland Falls 1887 R. 1900 W. Frank Ross Cornwall P. and S. Balt. And N. YHMC 87. 1887 P. 1907 John T. Howell Newburgh P. and SNY. 85 Mem. OCMS and Pres. ID. 92 Mem. NBMS and Pres. ID. 97 Mem. OCMA Visiting Surg. St. Luke's Hosp. 1887 R. J. A. Bush Middletown P. and S. Balt. 85 1887 P. 1907 A. Season T. Scotchtown J. MC 86 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA. 1887 R. John P. Henry Montgomery Univ. NY. 1887 P. 1907 Edward C. Rushmore Tuxedo Park P. and SNY 86 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA. 1887 R. 1906 FD Mayers Slate Hill Univ. Mich. 93 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA. 1887 R. 1889 Joss. O. Reed Middletown N. YHMC 87 Ast. Phys. State Hosp 1887 P. 1907 W. Stanton Gleason Newburgh Univ. NY 86 Mem. OCMS and Pres. 01 Mem. NBMS. And Pres. Mem. OCMA Visiting Phys. St. Luke's Hosp. 1887 D. 1907 Louis A. Harris Newburgh A. MC 84, 1887 R. 1898 Daniel H. Arthur Middletown N. YHMC 87 D. As Supt. State Hosp. 97 Mem. OCHMS. 1888 R. 1896 Howard E. Winans Newburgh N. YHMC 88. 1888 D. 1899 W. J. Nelson Middletown Univ. MD. 83 Mem. OCMS Health Officer 97, 1888 D. 1907 Jas. E. O'Malley Newburgh Univ. NY 88 Ex Visiting Phys. St. Luke's Hosp. 1888 P. 1907 Edgar Potts Port Jervis Univ. NY 88 Mem. OCMS. 1888 P. 1907 J.B. Hewlett Middletown P. and SNY 87 Mem. OCMS. And Pres 96 Mem. OCMA Visiting Surg Thrall Hospital 1888 P. 1907 Frank M. Cummins Warwick N. YHMC 88 Mem. OCHMS. And HMSDO. And U 1888 P. 1907 Alpheus E. Adams Newburgh P. and SNY 79 Mem. OCMS. And Pres. ID 95 Mem. NBMS. And Pres. ID 96 Mem. OCMA Consul. Oft. And Ottal, St. Luke's Hosp. 1888 R1906 Stephen D. Harrison Cornwall on P. and SNY 79 Hudson Mem, NBMS. And Pries, id. 03 Consul. Fies, St. Luke's Hosp, 1889R, 1891 Joss. W. Macready Goshen B. MC 88 Mem. OCMS, 1889D, 1899 J. L. Courtwright Middletown P. and SNY 80 Mem. OCMS, 1889 P. 1907 Frank A. Jacobson Newburgh N. YHMC 88 Mem. OCHMS. And Sec. 90 Mem H. MSDO and U. And Sec. and Trias. D. Years of name, location, medical college practice, or society granting diploma. Memberships in county medical societies, public service, etc. 1889 D1900A. Winfield Bergen Cornwall N. YHMC 87 Mem. OCHMS 1889R. Jacob Walter Newburgh H. MC PA 87 1889 P 1907 J. H. Hanmer Middletown E. MCNY 83 Health Officer 08 1889 P 1907 David H. Sprague Middletown and Univ. NY 86 Central Valley Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA 1889R 1899 WM. G. Birdsall Cornwall N. YH 88 Mem. HMSD. O and U 1890R 1891F. S. Cole Newburgh P. and SNY 90 Mem. OCMS 1890R 1894E. W. Hitchcock Goshen N. YHMC 90 X Health Officer 1890D 1895E. H. Borst Newburgh P. and SNY 90 Mem. OCMS Mem. NBMS Visiting Surg, St. Luke's Hosp, 1890R, 1902G. H. Brown Highland Falls P. and SNY 89 Mem. NBMS and O. CMS, 1890R, 1906H. Martin Brace Port Jervis P. and SNY 81 1890R, 1890 Nathan B. Van Etten Port Jervis B. HMC 90 1890R. T. C. Vanderveer Monroe L. ICH 90 1890R, 1903 William Evans Westtown P. and SNY 90 Mem. OCMS and O. CMA 1890D, 1907 Louis R. Pierce Newburgh L. ICH 89 Mem. OCMS Mem. OCMA Mem. NBMS Sec. and Pries. ID 00, Visiting Obst. St. Luke's Hospital. Died Dec. 1907 1890R. F. A. Carpenter Slate Hill Ickle. Univ. Sin. 1890R. Andrew T. Carpenter Slate Hill E. MCNY 86. 1890 P. 1907 Robert Kearns Montgomery P. and SNY 88 1890R 1897 George Allen Middletown H. MC PA 77 St. Ast. Supt. State Hosp 1891R 1893 Edward F. Smith Goshen B. HMC 1891 P. 1907 S. L. Sweeney Newburgh Univ. NY 90 1891 P. 1907 Thos. L. Gilson Middletown L. ICH 91 Mem. OCMS Health Officer 93 1891 P. 1907 I. D. Brownell Walden L. ICH 91 Mem. OCMS Mem. NBMS Ex Health Officer 1891 P. 1907 WM. E. Reed Washingtonville NYHMC 84 Mem. HMSDO. And U. Pries 07 1891 P. 1907 E. A. Nugent Unionville B. HMC 91 Mem. OCMS and O. CMA 1892 R. 1902 Chaws. W. Banks Port Jervis B. MMC 92 Mem. OCMC Health Officer 96 and 1892 R. 1907 Chaws. E. Skinner Port Jervis B. HMC 92 Mem. OCMS Health Officer 95 and 9697, 1892R 1894 Mary Beatty Newburgh 1892 1907 Chaws. P. Smith Chester L. ICH 92 Mem. OCMS 1892 1907 M. C. Ashley Middletown H. M. C. Pa 92 Mem. HMSDO. And you, former asked, and since 02 supt, State Hospital, 1893 R 1895 Jas. E. Spiegel Middletown Univ. Buffalo, 1893 R 1895 Josiah M. Ward Goshen B. HMC Ex-Health Officer, 1895 R 1897 WM. E. Sebring Searsville A. MC 93 Mem. OCMS 1893 1907 Thos. K. Burke Newburgh Niagara Univ, 91 1893 1907 Chaws. E. Townsend Newburgh B. HMC 92 Mem. OCMS and Pries, 03 Mem. OCMA Mem. NBMS and Secchi 95 Visiting Surg. St. Luke's Hospital. 1893 1907 Robt. A. Taylor Port Jervis B. HMC 93 Mem. OCMS and O. CMA 1893 1907 W. S. Russell Highland Mills Univ. NY 93 Mem. OCMA 1893 1907 M. H. Dubois Washingtonville B. HMC 93 Mem. OCMS 1893 1907 J. S. Cummins Warwick H. MC Chic 91 Mem. HMSDO. And U 1893 1907 E. O. Mitchell Newburgh Harvard Univ. 92 1893 1907 Clara Barris Middletown Univ. Bost. H. 88 Woman Phys. State Hosp. Mem. HM. S. D. O. and U. 1893 1907 Andrew V. Jova Newburgh P. and SNY 84 Mem. OCMS and Pries. ID 99 Mem. NBMS and Pries. ID 00 Visiting Phys St. Luke's Hospital, 1894 R 1896 Mortimer W. Shaw Middletown L. ICH 92 Mem. OCMS 1894 R 1899 H. B. Masson Chester P. and SNY 94 1894 R. Walter S. Elliott Port Jervis P. and S. Balt 78 1894 P. 1907 D. B. Hardenberg Middletown P. and SNY 91 Mem. OCMS and Pries. ID 02 Visiting Phys Thrall Hosp. 1894 P. 1907 Chaws. H. Hall Monroe P. and S. Balt 91 Mem. OCMS 1894 P. 1907 C. Willis Mini Florida L. ICH 94 Mem. OCMS 1894 P. 1907 F. M. Phillips Newburgh Univ. NY 94 1894 P. 1907 Chaws. NNAP Port Jervis B. HMC 94 Mem. OCMS Health Officer to 03 1894 P. 1907 Geo. F. Pitts Warwick Univ. NY 77 Mem. OCMS 1894 P. 1907 Edward F. Brooks Newburgh Univ. NY 94 Mem. OCMS Mem. NBMS 1894 P. 1907 John E. Lehman Middletown Univ. NY 94 1894 P. 1907 Arthur P. Powelson Middletown and NYHMC 94 Walden Mem. HMSDO. And you asked, Phys State Hosp. 9601 1894 P. 1907 R. Elgiok Goshen N. YHMC 94 Mem. HMSDO. And you 1894 P. 1907 Henry Wilson Newburgh R. CP and S. Eng, 79 1895 D, 1899 James Wood Newburgh B, HMC 91 Mem, OCMS Mem, NBMS. Died in service U. SA, Cuba, 99. 1895 R, 1897 A, F. Hardlicka Middletown E, MCNY Ast, Phys, State Hosp 1895 P, 1907 Hilton J. Shelley Middletown E, I Lines Univ, NY 89 Mem, OCMS, 1895 P, 1907 C, I Redfield Middletown Univ, PA 94 Mem, OCMS. And Pres. ID 04 Mem, OCMA Exsec, NY State Med, Assen Health Officer 1898, 1895 P, 1907 William J. Carr Newburgh B, HMC Mem, OCMS. Antrias, ID Mem, OCMA Mem, NBMS and Pres. ID 06, Health Officer City Newburgh 970 for Ass, Visiting Surg, St. Luke's Hosp. 1895 P, 1907 E. J. Leahy Port Jervis Queen's Call Ontario 93 1895 P, 1907 Lysander M. Jones Port Jervis Medico Chur. Fala, 93 Health Officer 97 to 01, 1895 P, 1907 Raphael F. Medrick Port Jervis Univ. PA, 95 Mem, OCMS Health Officer to 1907. 1895 P, 1907 H. EY's Turners and Univ. NY 95 Tuxedo Park. Mem, OCMS and O, CMA, 1895 P, 1907 Isabel M. Wilson Middletown N, YMC for W, Mem. HMCD. O and U, 1895 P, 1907 W, H. Snyder Newburgh N, YHMC 93 Mem, HMSDO, and U Mem, OCMS and O, CMA also N, BMS Ast, Visiting Phys, St. Luke's Hosp, Health Officer City Newburgh. 1895 P, 1907 E, M. Schultz Middletown N, YHMC. N, Y 93 Mem, HMSDO. And U, 1895 P, 1907 Fred A. Hadley Walden P, and S. Balt, 95 Mem. NBMS and O, CMS, 1895 P, 1907 W, H. F. Burke Middletown B, HMC 82 Mem, OCMS, 1895 P, 1907 Warren Worcester Middletown P, and S. Balt, also DDS 88 Mem, OCMS. Practices Dentistry. 1896 R, 1897 Julius A. Winter Port Jervis L. ICH, 1896 P, 1907 William Hollinger Newburgh Univ, NY 92 Mem, OCMS and N, BMS, 1896 R, Norman W. Curry Searsville Univ, NY Mem. OCMS, 1896 R, 1899 E, M. Deval Goshen Univ, NY 96, 1896 P, 1907 I, H. Lent Middletown A, MC 74 Mem, OCMS Cons, Off, Thrall Hosp 1896 P, 1907 E, D. Woodhull Monroe D, MC 95 Mem, OCMS and Pres, ID Mem, OCMA and Pres, 04. 1896 R, 1907 D. E. Francisco Middletown N, YHMC 96 Ast, Phys, State Hosp 1896 R, Mary G. Cummins Goshen H, MCNY 96, 1896 R, 1907 Frank A. Auger Newburgh and P, and S. Balt, 86, Searsville 1897 R, 1898 Geo. B. Brown East Coldenham B, HMC 97 Mem, OCMS 1897 p. 1907 f. W. Jarek Newberg B. HMC 97 Mem. OCMS 1897 p. 1907 L. J. Merritt Pine Bush and Univ. MD 97 Maybrook Mem. OCMA and O. CMS 1897 p. 1907 Era C. Whitehead Walden B. MC Mass 55 Health Officer since 03 1897 p. 1907 Mary Ella Dunning Newberg W. MC Phil 96 Mem. OCMS and O. CMA 1897 p. 1907 M. A. Stivers Middletown P. and SNY 94 Mem. OCMS Visiting Phys, Thrallhosp 1897 p. 1907 H. J. Powelson Middletown H. MC Falah 1897 R. Clarence Clar Florida H. MC Falah 1897 R. 1905 Edward A. Everett Middletown N. YHMC 97 D. Ast. Supt. State Hosp. 1897 R. 1899 Clarence A. Potter Middletown N. YHMC 97 Junior Phys. State Hosp 1897 R. Harry P. Dorchester Univ. NY 03 1898 R 1900 H. S. Cooley Newberg B. HMC 98 1898 R 1904 Geo. A. H. Smith East Colden ML. ICH 98 Mem. NBMS 1898 p. 1907 H. A. Waldron Newberg A. MC 77 Mem. OCMS. And OCMA Mem. NBMS Pres 04 1898 p. 1907 H. S. Trigg Cornwall Univ. VT 81 1898 p. 1907 W. L. Dunning Newberg B. HMC 92 Mem. OCMS and N. BMS 1898 p. 1907 Robt. C. Woodman Middletown H. MC Falah 95 St. Ast. Supt. State Hospital. Mem. HMSDO. And U. 1898 p. 1907 A. H. Bayard Cornwall A. MC 89 Mem. OCMS. And NBMS. Years of name, location, medical college practice, or society granting diploma, memberships in county medical societies public service, etc. 1898 R. Edward H. Sharp Central Valley Univ. Buffalo 98, 1899 R. 1902 M. V. Wilkie Deer Park P. and SNY 94. 1899 P. 1907 Albert W. Preston Middletown P. and SNY 96 Mem. OCMS and O. CMA 1899 R. 1902 FEW Banks Port Jervis Cornell Univ. 99 1899 R. W. R. Tubbs Port Jervis H. MC Falah. 1899 P. 1907 Lawrence G. Disler Middletown B. HMC 09 Mem. OCMA and SEC. ID Mem. OCMS 1899 p. 1907 Chaws. W. Dennis Goshen R. MC 83 Mem. OCMS and SEC. ID Consul Phys. Thrallhosp 1899 p. 1907 H. T. Kurtz Highland Falls Cornell Univ. 1899 R. 1905 Reeve Turner Middletown N. YHMC 99 Ast. Phys. State Hosp. 9905 1900 R. B. V. E. Dolph Port Jervis Syracuse Univ. 1900-1907 Hiram D. Walker Newberg Univ. Buffalo 64 Mem. NBMS. Discovered that earthworms convey the parasite of gapes to fowls. 1900 p. 1907 f. W. Seward, J.R. Goshen N. YHMC 98 Mem. HMSDO. And you asked. Phys Interpines 1900 R. 1902 Emery G. Drake Cornwall L. ICH. 1900 p. 1907 David H. Chandler Cornwall N. YHMC 92 Mem. HMCDO. And U, 1900R 1903C. A Canfield Middletown Univ. NY 86 1900R 1906J. Austin Kelly Chester L. ICH 95 Mem. OCMS 1901R 1905E. R. Smith Washingtonville LICH 01 1901R 1906H. A. Ferguson Central Valley Univ. NY Prop Falkirk Sanitarium 04-06 1901P 1907 Geo. W. Blanchard Highland Falls MSM 95 Mem. OCMS and N. BMS FIS to Convent 1901P 1907 Merritt I. Beers Middletown N. YHMC 01 Mem. OCMA and O. CMS 1901P 1907 Julia F. Fish Middletown Pulp Med. Call Intern State Hosp. 1902P 1907 George E. Brewster Middletown N. YHMC 00D Ast. Supt. State Hospital. Mem. HM. SDO and UNO. CMS. 1902R 1904 Fred I. Savage Chester B. HMC 70 1902P 1907 Elizabeth J. Yeager Cornwall W. MC Phil 2. 1902P 1907 Henry I. Winter Cornwall Univ. NY 92 Mem. NBMS and Pres. ID Mem. OCMA and O. CMS Cons Neural. St. Luke's Hospital. Newburgh 1902P 1907 Thos. D. McMenamin Highland Falls Cornell Univ. 01 Mem. OCMS. 1902R 1907 Francis H. Dreyer Searsville N. YHMC 94. 1902P 1907 Albert Brinkman Central Valley Univ. NY 83 and Brooklyn 1903R 1907 Aaron D. Davido Florida P. and S. Chicago 94 Mem. OCMS. 1903P 1907 F. P. Hauser Odysville B. HMC 91 Mem. OCM S. 1903P 1907 Roy E. Mitchell Middletown Univ. Min. H01 Ast. FIS. State Hospital. Mem. HM. SDO and UMEM. OCMA and O. CMS. 1903P 1907 Max H. Slate Hill N. Wyackle. 01 1904P 1907 Geo. OPOB Port Jervis L. ICH 1 Mem. OCMS. 1904P 1907 Frank E. Jessner Port Jervis B. HMC 3 Mem. OCMS. 1904P 1907 Palmer R. Bodish Cornwall A. MC 04 1904R 1906 Henry F. Parker Newburgh J. MC 83 1904P 1907 E. C. Thompson Newburgh P. and SNY 01 Mem. OCMA and N. BMS Sec. ID. AST. Visiting Surg. St. Luke's Hosp. 1904P. 1907 Percy E. Banks East Coldenham LICH 4 Mem. NBMS. 1904R. A. S. Moore Middletown Univ. Mitch. H. 01 Ast. FIS. State Hospital 1904R. Leary James Smith Turner's U. and BHMC 05 1905P 1907A. Judson Benedict Newburgh Univ. Buffalo Mem. OCMS and O. CMA Mem. NBMS Visiting Rhine. and Ottal. St. Luke's Hospital, 1905p, 1907 Elijah Osterhout Newburgh Syracuse Univ, 96 Mem, OCMS and O, CMA Mem N, BMS, 1905p, 1907 W, B. Andrews Newburgh P, and SNY 03 Mem, OCMS and N, BMS, 1905p, 1907 W. W. Davis Chester Syracuse Univ, 03 Mem. OCMS, 1905p, 1907 John I. Cotter Campbell Hall A. MC 04 Mem, OCMS and N, BMS, 1905p, 1907 Jesse D. Mars Florida Univ. Mitch 04 Mem, OCMS, 1905p, 1907 F. WH Massey Unionville Univ. NY 84 1905R, 1907 Leary J. Smith Turner's Univ. and BHMC 04. 1905p, 1907 Nelson W. Thompson Middletown Univ. Mitch, H. 05 Intern State Hospital, 1905 P. 1907 H. V. Bingham Middletown N. YHMC 05 Junior Asphies State Hospital, 1906 P. 1907 Carlos F. McDonald Central Valley BHMC 69 and New York proper, and Phies. In city charge the Dr. McDonald House, also NYC. 1906 P. 1907 Lillian Morgan Middletown N. YMC and H for W, 06, X Supt Thrall Hosp, 07, 1906 P. 1907 Fred B. Colby Highland Falls BMC 06, 1906 P. 1907 Clarence J. Slocum Central Valley AMC 97, Supt, of the Dr. McDonald House. 1906 P. 1907 Geo. W. Shirk Cornwall R. MC 97 Mem. NBMS and O. CMS. 1906 P. 1907 Henry B. Ballon Middletown Univ. Mitch, H. 05 Intern State Hospital, 1906 P. 1907 Benj. Ver Nui Middletown Univ. And BHMC 96, 1906 P. 1907 Robt. Cordner Middletown P. and SNY 99 Mem. OCMS. 1907 P. 1907 H. G. Hubble Cornwall L. ICH 06 1907 P. 1907 Talcott O. Vanimer Newburgh P. and SNY 04 Mem. OCMS. 1907 P. 1907 B. F. Seaman Newburgh A. MC 05 1907 P. 1907 Burke Hamilton Goshen Syracuse Univ. 05. Explanation of abbreviations. Asterisk blank space information could not be ascertained. D. Died in Orange County, Hon Honorary. D. The same Inc. Incorporator. Lic. Licentiate of Medical Society named. Mem. Member. Pres. President. P. Practicing at the time named. R. Removed from the county. Ret. Retired. A. M.C. Albany Medical College, Union Univ. B. H.M.C. Bellevue Hospital Medical College, consolidated with Univ. NY 98. B. M.C. Berkshire Medical College, Mass. B. M.S. Botanical Medical Society, NY. C. M.C. Castleton Medical College, VT. Extinct 1861. C. H.M.C. Cleveland Homeopathic Medical College, Cornell Univ. Cornell University Medical Department, NYCD. M.C. Dartmouth Medical College, NHE. M.C.N.Y. Eclectic Medical College of New York City, G. M.C. Geneva Medical College, NY. Harvard Univ. Harvard University Medical Department, Boston. Hi. TCNY Hygiene Therapeutic College, NY City, H. M.C. Hahnemann Medical College, Phila or Chicago, H. MSDO and U Homeopathic Medical Society of Dutchess, Orange and Ulster Counties, J. M.C. Jefferson Medical College, Phila. L. ICH Long Island College Hospital, Brooklyn, M. M.C. Middlebury Medical College, VT. Extinct 1856. Met. M.C. Eck Metropolitan Medical College, Eclectic, Chicago. Extinct 1862. M. S.M. Medical School of Maine, Bowdoin, M. SSNY Medical Society of State of New York, M. SCNY Medical Society of City of New York, M. SDC Medical Society of Dutchess County, M. SUC Medical Society of Ulster County, M. SHC Medical Society of Herkimer County, M. SMC Medical Society of Montgomery County, N. YHMC New York Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, N. YC and H for W. York College and Hospital for Women, Homeopathic, Niagara Univ. Niagara University Medical Department, Buffalo, N. YH New York Hospital, N. BMS Newburgh Bay Medical Society, N. EMS Newburgh Eclectic Medical Society. Extinct. OCMA Orange County Medical Association. Extinct. OCMS Orange County Medical Society. OCHMS Orange County Homeopathic Medical Society. Extinct. OHMS Oneida Homeopathic Medical Society. P. and SNY College of Physicians and Surgeons, NY Columbia Univ. P. and SWDNY College of Physicians and Surgeons, Western District, NY. P. CM Philadelphia College of Medicine. Extinct 1859. P. UM Philadelphia University of Medicine. Extinct 1880. P. and S. Balt College of Physicians and Surgeons, Baltimore, R. CPSng, Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, England. R. M. C. Rush Medical College, Chicago. Rutgers Medical College, NYC, extinct 1830. St. TMC and H. Lawn, St. Thomas Medical College and Hospital, London, Eng. Syracuse Univ, Syracuse University Medical Department T. MC Trinity College Medical Department. Dublin, Ireland, T. SMS, Tri-States Medical Society of New York, New Jersey and Pennsylvania, Univ. PA University of Pennsylvania, Medical Department. Phila, Univ. Mitch University of Michigan Medical Department. Ann Arbor, both schools. Univ. VT, University of Vermont Medical Department Univ. Buffalo University of Buffalo Medical Department Univ. W University of Worcester, Ohio. Extinct 1870. Univ. MD, University of Maryland, Baltimore Univ. Min University of Minnesota, both schools. Univ. NY University of New York Med Department. Consolidated with B. HMC Univ. And BHMC University and Bellevue Hospital Medical College, Univ. Glas, University of Glasgow Med Department. Scotland, U. SMC United States Medical College, New York City Eclectic. Extinct 1882. V. MC Vermont Medical College, W. MCNY Women's Medical College of the NY Infirmary, W. MC PA Women's Medical College of PA. Phila. Extinct. Yale University Medical Department. New Haven. Chapter 34. The Schools of Orange County. By John M. Dolph. The eastern part of the state of New York, including all those portions which were settled in the 17th century or in the early part of the 18th, have this common feature in their educational history. They all show 3 periods of development, separate and distinct from each other, and these periods are characterized largely by the initiative under which the schools were organized and maintained. The first of these periods, which we may call the colonial period, reaches from the first settlement of the country down to the time of the Revolutionary War. During this time, about 75 years, whatever schools there were in Orange County were organized and supported entirely by the settlers in the different neighborhoods for the instruction of their own children. There were no large villages in Orange County at that time. The communities were purely agricultural, with small hamlets scattered here and there, such as are found in agricultural districts today, and the educational advantages were very limited. This period culminated in the struggle for independence, during which even these limited advantages were almost entirely swept away. During the War of the Revolution, the settled portions of the state were overrun by armed bands again and again. The Valley of the Hudson was harried by the contending armies, back and forth for years, and even where there were no armies, the virulence of the feeling which existed between the Patriots and the Tories was such that there was little more safety for life and property in those localities than there was at the very seat of war. Under these circumstances, the schools were generally closed, and the generation which grew up during the Revolution was largely without regular instruction. Toward the end of the war, when actual hostilities had largely ceased, there was a great awakening throughout the state to the necessity for more and better schools than had ever existed heretofore. Mingling with those who had enjoyed better educational advantages in the camp and on the field had taught the pioneers the value of education, and they determined to make it possible for their children to become better equipped educationally than they had been. Private academies for classical training were established in the small towns and villages, and a new period, which we may call the period of the private schools, began. In response to this sentiment in favor of higher education, the legislature passed the University Law in 1784, establishing the University of the State of New York and giving the authority and the aid of the state to the academies which had already been established and encouraging the establishment of others. The object of this movement by the legislature, as defined in the act establishing the university, was to encourage and promote education in advance of the common, elementary branches. It is a characteristic feature of the thought and feeling of this period that the state should give its aid and authority to private institutions for secondary instruction long years before it recognized in any way its duty to the common school and elementary instruction. Soon the private academies became so numerous that the opportunity for higher education reached to every part of the state. These schools did a grand work. For 3/4 of a century, they opened up opportunities for the ambitious boys and girls whose parents were able to pay for their tuition. Then, a new idea appeared in educational matters, the idea that the child of the poor man has as much right to the opportunity for education as the child of the rich, and that it is the duty of the state to provide this opportunity for rich and poor alike. So the period of the free schools followed that of the private academies. The colonial period. The first settlements in what is now Orange County were made not far from the same time in both the eastern and western extremities. The county then included what is now Rockland County, and was bounded on the north by the line separating the counties of Orange and Ulster. This line ran from the mouth of Murderers Creek, now Moodna, westward into the woods as far as the Delaware River. These settlements were made previous to 1700, but the time is not absolutely certain with respect to either of them. In the western part of the county, in what is now the town of Deer Park, the first settlers were Dutch and Huguenot families who came from Kingston and New Paltz. In the eastern part, the settlers came up the Hudson River and consisted almost entirely of English-speaking people from New York and the Long Island towns. In fact, so close was the association with New York that for some years, the New York reports included Orange and our county had no independent county government. In 1693, according to the report of Governor Fletcher, made by Matthew Clarkson, secretary of the province, there were in Orange County not above 20 families, for the present under the care of New York. In 1698, there were reported to Governor Bellamont about 30 families and 140 children in Orange. These children were scattered over a wide district, in pioneer homes where luxuries were unknown, and where even the necessaries of life were difficult of attainment. There were no schools for their instruction at this time, nor for a number of years afterward, but it is evident that many of them at least did secure the elements of an education, either from their parents or from some other source, for we find them later, in the Dutch and Huguenot settlements at any rate, as the men of affairs, prominent in the church and in the community, able to read and write and to transact business in a business-like manner. By 1723, a second generation had grown up and new settlers had come into the county. In that year, 543 children are reported. By this time, the pioneers had overcome the greater difficulties of the early settlement. Their farms yielded abundant supplies, and there was opportunity to make provision for the instruction of their children. That this opportunity was made use of, and that some provision was made, in most parts of the settlements, for the instruction of the boys and girls, there is little reason to doubt. The young people of this generation learned to read and write and cast accounts, at any rate. There were few, if any, schoolhouses, and tradition has it that the teachers, like the tailors and the shoemakers, went about from house to house, giving instruction in the 3 R's. At this time, no textbooks had been published in America, and books of all kinds were very scarce in the frontier settlements, so that the few books attainable were quite generally provided by the teacher as the tools of his profession. The hornbook was used for teaching beginners. This was a flat piece of wood with a handle. On the flat part of this there was fastened a piece of horn, scraped thin to make it transparent. A strip of paper on which the lesson was written or printed was placed between the horn and the wood. These lessons, protected by the horn, would last a long time and could be used by many different pupils. The hornbook was used for teaching the letters, some of the combinations of vowels and consonants, and either the Lord's Prayer or some other verses of easy reading. A copy of the Bible was often the only printed book in the school and was used as a reading book. The material for the instruction in arithmetic, in language, and the more difficult words in spelling were contained in the teacher's notebook, which he had carefully prepared under the direction of some other teacher, similarly equipped. These notebooks contain the rules and tables in arithmetic, many problems, lists of words for spelling, and selections for memorizing. In fact, the teacher's notebook was his tool chest, and its size and completeness were his recommendations. The possession of a Bible, a psalm book, a copy of Dillingham's arithmetic or some other English work, and a few books of general literature were sufficient to mark the pioneer pedagogue as a man of great distinction in his profession. On the hornbook, the letters of the alphabet were usually followed by the character, and to which were added the Latin words per se and the English word, and making and per se and. Many of the teachers knew no Latin and condensed this into ampersand, and this word has come down to us meaningless, except as we know its origin. When the pupils had learned to use the quill pen, which the teacher fashioned for them with his penknife, they were provided with a few sheets of paper, bound together in strong covers, and they proceeded to make, more or less carefully, a notebook like the teacher's. Some of these notebooks, still preserved, show the character of the work done in these early schools. Besides the matters enumerated above, some have riddles and anecdotes, evidently intended as practice in language. One which I have seen, written by a young lady, has the following exercise for punctuation. There is a lad in this land hath 20 nails upon each hand, 25 on hands and feet, and this is true without deceit. Much attention was paid to penmanship, and the copies prepared by the teacher were often as perfect as the engraved copies of the modern copybook. These copies were kept by the pupil and practiced with painstaking care. A reproduction of a copy written by Joseph Dolph, with a quill pen of his own make, is given to show the skill in lettering with which some of these old schoolmasters prepared their copies. It would be of great interest if we could know more of these pioneers of the teacher's profession and their work, but there are few records of them left. They were generally men, in the early days always men, and probably few of them possessed much learning beyond the rudiments which they taught. There was no opportunity for higher studies, and the few young men who desired to enter college had to find a tutor, usually a clergyman, who could give him instruction in the preparatory studies. When the first schoolhouse in Orange County was built, I do not know. It is possible that there was a building used for this purpose on the Quassake, now Newburgh, during the occupancy of the Palatinate colony, previous to 1730. It is certain that a building for school purposes was erected there soon after 1752, although it is not possible to determine when this school was opened. There is reason to suppose that a teacher was installed soon after the transfer of the glebe lands to Alexander Colden and Richard Atherton, as trustees thereof, for the sole use and behoof of a minister of the Church of England, as by law established, and a schoolmaster, to have the care of souls and the instruction of the children of the neighboring inhabitants. This transfer was made in 1752. The land known as the glebe was part of a grant of 2190 acres on the west side of the Hudson River, beginning on the north side of Quassaic Creek and extending up the Hudson 219 chains and into the woods 100 chains, made for the benefit of a colony of Lutheran refugees from the Palatinate of the Rhine. They had crossed over to England, and Queen Anne directed that this grant be made for them. From this tract 500 acres were set apart, according to the Queen's pleasure, for the support of their minister, and 100 acres for the schoolmaster's lot. Although the Queen's interest had been manifested in 1708, the patent was not issued until 1719, and then the land soon passed into other hands. After the transfer of the glebe lands in 1752, as mentioned above, a house was built for the schoolmaster, with a schoolroom in the rear. Little is known of this school. Ruttenber, in his History of Orange County, gives the names of some of the teachers who were in charge of it at different times before the Revolution, as follows: Louis Denvor in 1768, Joseph Penny in 1769, Thomas Gregory in 1773. In 1774, John Nathan Hutchinson became the teacher and continued in the school until shortly before his death, which occurred in 1782. There were other schools in various parts of the county, previous to the Revolution. One James Carpenter, a teacher at or near Goshen, is mentioned in certain records in 1762. In the town of Deer Park, as it is now constituted, there were at least 2 school buildings which were erected before the war. One of these was located about a mile from the boundary of the city of Port Jervis, on the east side of the Neversink River, and the other where the village of Cuddebackville now stands. In this latter building, Thomas Kite taught for some time. In 1775, he married Lee Keeter and removed from the valley to the town of Wantage, Sussex County, New Jersey, where he became a prosperous farmer and where some of his descendants still remain. In 1776, Thomas White, an Englishman, was employed as teacher in the same district. He came, with his wife Elizabeth, and lived at the home of Ezekiel Gumer near the Neversink River. The school was also conducted in one of the rooms of the Gumer house. Later, when the house was reconstructed as a fort for the better protection of the people of the neighborhood, and several families had gathered there, the school was continued in the fort. Mr. White remained throughout the entire period of the war, and the children who were so fortunate as to be his pupils enjoyed advantages which very few could have at that time. He was a man of some literary attainments, small in stature, but quick and active in body and mind. Mr. Peter E. Gumer, 1770 to 1869, who was one of his pupils, says of him, in his History of Deer Park, "I conclude that Mr. White had been taught in one of the best of the common schools of England, and in a very perfect manner so far as he had progressed. He was a very eloquent reader, and could perform the same with an air suitable to the nature of the subject on which the reading treated. I have always considered him as the equal of the best readers I have ever heard." Commenting on the advantages which Mr. White gave his pupils and the value of his services to the community, Mr. Gumer says, "This man's services have been a greater benefit to the third generation of the descendants of this neighborhood than those of any other individual, in consequence of which he ought to be held in remembrance by our descendants and be incorporated in our history, as the first important originator of education among us." Mr. White spent his old age on a farm in the town of Wallkill and is buried in the churchyard of the Presbyterian Church at Odysville. In his will he left a sum of money from the proceeds of which there should be paid $10 each year to the minister of each of 4 different churches for preaching a special sermon to be known as the White Sermon. The 4 churches benefited are the Dutch Reformed Church of Port Jervis, the Congregational Church of Middletown, and the Episcopal and Presbyterian churches of Goshen. The school on the east side of the Neversink River, near Port Jervis, was in session at the time of Brant's raid on Tuesday, July 20, 1779. The Indians and Tories under Thayendanegea, or, as the whites called him, Joseph Brant, came down the Delaware Valley and separated into 2 divisions. One party followed the river and the other crossed the point of land between the 2 rivers, keeping near the base of the mountain, and crossed the Neversink near the old Indian burying ground. The object of the raid, as stated by Brant in his report to the commanding officer, was to secure booty, especially beef cattle. But it would appear from the method of attack that there was another object, that of capturing or killing Major Decker. The attack was made simultaneously upon the home of Major Decker and upon the farms 4 miles down the river across the state line, in New Jersey. The men of the Major's family were away attending a funeral, and the house, although it was surrounded by a stockade, was easily taken and burned. It is probable that the most of the men were attending the funeral when the attack was made. This funeral, or at least the burial, was held at the meeting house of the Dutch Reformed Church, which stood on East Main Street, near the culvert over which the Erie Railroad crossed that street. This also was burned later in the same raid. One of these bands came upon the schoolhouse with the school in session. The teacher, Jeremiah Van Auken, grandson of James Van Auken, who was the first magistrate of the Minnesink region, was killed and scalped, and the children scattered. According to the deposition of Meharry Owen, one of the Tories who accompanied Brant on this raid, that chieftain had issued strict orders that no women nor children should be injured. This deposition was taken by Henry Wisner, Esquire, at Goshen, and, while there is little dependence to be put upon the word of such a renegade, there is no proof that any of the children were harmed. The story so often told and sometimes discredited that Brant himself came upon the party that had killed Van Auken and put paint upon the clothing of the children to protect them is too well authenticated to be rejected. It is more than tradition. There are persons still living who have heard the story told by those who were there on that day. Among others, Margaret Decker, daughter of Major Johannes Decker, born in 1770, was there at school that day. She afterward married Benjamin Carpenter and left many descendants. She told the story many times to children and grandchildren, substantially as it has been told by the people of the valley since 1779. Several of these grandchildren are still living and agree in all the main points of the story as she told it to them. This is only one of many cases where the story is a family tradition. Peter E. Gumer was a lad 9 years old at the time this occurred. He was a neighbor and playfellow of those children in the other district who were in school that day. He grew up with them and knew them intimately all their lives, for he outlived them all, dying beyond the middle of his 99th year. In his account of Brant's raid, given with slight alterations in Eager's History of Orange County, he tells the story substantially as it is told by the descendants of these children. The addition of a brush and the color of the paint are touches not found in the original story. This sketch of the schools in colonial times is fragmentary and unsatisfactory, but there is so little that has been preserved concerning them that no account can be other than fragmentary. The period of the private academies. The movement for the establishment of schools of higher grade began with the people themselves. They knew what they wanted and proceeded to obtain it in the most direct way. The method was much the same all over the state. The farmers and other well-to-do people of a considerable section subscribed the money necessary to put up a building and to provide the furniture and equipment needed. Then, when the building was ready for occupancy, it was leased to some teacher, whose compensation was the fees for tuition, paid by the students who attended. More than 300 of these institutions were established in the state. In this movement for improved schools, the County of Orange was one of the first in the state to act. There were 2 other schools of this type which were incorporated before the Farmers' Hall Academy in Goshen, but the incorporation was not until several years after these schools had been in operation. The Clinton Academy at Easthampton and the Erasmus Hall Academy in Brooklyn were both chartered by the Board of Regents in 1787, while the Goshen School was not chartered until April 1, 1790. The building for the Farmers' Hall was erected in 1773, and the school was maintained as a school for instruction in academic subjects during the Revolution, with some interruptions. To this school, in 1781, there came a man who was to do more for the cause of education in this county than any who had preceded him. Noah Webster had graduated from Yale in 1778 and had begun the study of law at Hartford. The invasion of New York from the north, by Bergen, called for the services of every able-bodied man, and young Webster marched to the Valley of the Mohawk as a private in his father's company of Connecticut militia. After the campaign was over, he returned to the study of law and was admitted to the bar in Hartford in 1781. Instead of waiting at Hartford for a practice, he decided to enter the profession of teaching and probably came to Goshen in the fall of the same year. The following letter of introduction, written by Henry Wisner, Esquire, a magistrate of Goshen, would seem to indicate that Mr. Webster was not a newcomer in Goshen at that time, and he had probably completed his first year in the school when it was written. Goshen, NY, August 26, 1782, sir. The bearer, Mr. Noah Webster, has taught a grammar school for some time past, in this place, much to the satisfaction of his employers. He is now doing some business in the literary way, which, in the opinion of good judges, will be of great service to posterity. He, being a stranger in New Jersey, may stand in need of the assistance of some gentleman with whom you are acquainted. He is a young gentleman whose moral as well as political character is such as will render him worthy of your notice. Any favor which you may do him will be serving the public, and accepted as a favor done your friend and very humble servant, Henry Wisner. His Excellency, Governor Livingston. During the preceding year, Prof. Webster had prepared the manuscript of the first part of his Grammatical Institute of the English Language, the first textbook for the use of schools published in this country. This first part was the Webster Speller, not only the first school book published in this country, but also the most popular one. Mr. Webster's object in leaving Goshen at this time was to show these manuscripts to people acquainted with the educational situation throughout the country, and to get their opinions on the probable demand for the work. He visited Philadelphia and met a number of the members of Congress, among whom was James Madison, afterward President of the United States. Mr. Madison was himself a thorough linguist and deeply interested in the subject of schools. He also showed much interest in Mr. Webster and his proposed work. From Philadelphia, Mr. Webster went to Princeton and showed his work to the Reverend S.S. Smith, then a professor and afterward president of Princeton College. Everywhere the project was enthusiastically received, and the young author returned to Goshen, greatly encouraged to complete his series of texts and to publish it. As we have already stated, no textbooks had been published in America. Moreover, at this time, a widespread awakening to the importance of education was manifest throughout the country, and the demand for books suitable for the instruction of the children, both in the elementary schools and in the academies, was great. Accordingly, Prof. Webster returned to Goshen, continued his work there another year, during which he revised and completed his manuscripts, and in 1783 returned to Hartford and began their publication. The Grammatical Institution of the English Language was published in 3 volumes. The first was The Speller, the second The Grammar, and the third The Reader. They seem poor and printed with wretched type when compared with the workmanship of modern textbooks, but these little volumes, produced by an Orange County teacher while teaching in its earliest academy, were most enthusiastically received, and the demand for them taxed the capacity of the publishers to the fullest extent. The Speller, the first part published, was an immediate success. In 50 years, about 25 million copies were sold, and for a part of this time, the sales exceeded 1 million copies a year. The royalty on this book was 1 cent a copy, and for many years this royalty yielded the author a very comfortable income. The other parts of the work never had so large a demand as the Speller, but the reception accorded them, and the demand for them which followed, induced the young author to devote his entire time to authorship, so that his 2 years in the Farmers' Hall Academy at Goshen comprised his entire work as a teacher. What other teachers conducted this school before the date of its incorporation under the university law is not definitely known. The charter was issued April 1st in the 14th year of American independence, or 1790. The school, however, had been in operation at least 16 years before this date and 10 years before the university law was passed. The first principal of the school, after its incorporation, was Benjamin Carpenter, who remained only 1 year, and then removed to the Minnesink Valley, where he established a ferry over the Delaware and gave his name to the village of Carpenter's Point. A Mr. Minor succeeded him, and he, in turn, was followed by John K. Jolling, who was said to have been a soldier of fortune, and, as such, had visited the Spanish Main and several of the Central and South American states. He was not a young man at the time of assuming the principalship, and tradition tells many stories of his eccentricities. He had charge of the school for several years, and when he retired from the principalship, he remained in Goshen, living at one of the hotels until the time of his death. By a benevolent fiction, he was supposed to deliver a course of lectures each year. The tickets were purchased by those who had been his pupils and by others who were benevolently inclined, and the proceeds were generally sufficient to defray his expenses, but few of the lectures were delivered, and these to very small audiences. Occasionally, he would fill an engagement to teach for a few weeks, away from his beloved Goshen, but he could not be persuaded to stay away long. He taught at different times, in the Minnesink Valley, in what is now the town of Deer Park, but for short periods only. He was erratic, leaving without notice, and returning when he pleased, and always going back to Goshen when he had earned money enough to relieve his present necessities. There he would sit in his chair, on the porch of the hotel, always ready to tell of the many and varied experiences of his life to any who cared to listen. One day he did not respond to the call of the gong which announced that dinner was ready, and they found him, sitting in his chair, dead. He had died without a struggle and unnoticed, sitting in his accustomed place. Some time previous to 1820, the Female Academy was established and became a part of the institution, controlled by the same board of trustees as the Farmers' Hall. William Ewan was the first principal in this department. Among the many teachers who had charge of this school during the earlier half of the 19th century were Nathan Stark, Horace Sweezy, Victor M. Watkins, Reverend B. Y. Morse, David E. Fowler, Stephen D. Bross, and Nathaniel Webb. The last mentioned, Nathaniel Webb, became principal of both departments about 1833. Mr. Webb's influence, not only in this school, but also in the educational interests of the entire county, was such that he is worth of more than a cursory notice in any account of educational matters in this county. He was a graduate of Union College and had caught some of the enthusiasm of doctor not in the cause of education. He had prepared for the ministry, but on the completion of his studies at Union, he found his health so impaired that he had to give up work and spend some time in the South, recovering his lost vitality. He never became robust, but enjoyed a fair degree of health and was an indefatigable worker. After leaving the principalship of Farmers' Hall, Mr. Webb established a boarding school for young ladies at Goshen, which had for many years a wide reputation and patronage. It was noted for its thoroughness, its high moral tone, and for the real culture of its graduates. This school, which was later known as the Goshen Female Seminary, under the efficient management of Professor Webb, became one of the best schools of its kind in the state, and sent out many cultured women into the homes and schools of this section. In connection with his schoolwork, Mr. Webb was also one of the proprietors and editorial writers of the Democrat and Whig, a local paper published in Goshen, and continued his connection with that paper until the time of his death, which occurred in 1855. As an editorial writer for a political paper, he was so fair and impartial that he frequently became the trusted friend and advisor of both sides of a political controversy, and his judgment had great weight on all political questions. As a teacher, as a man of affairs in both the social and political world, as a Christian gentleman, interested in every good work in the community in which he lived, and as an exemplar of true living and Christian manhood, he was a worthy example of what the teacher should be in any community. Various other teachers as principals and instructors carried on the work of this school until well on in the second half of the 19th century, when, like most of the other private academies, it was replaced by the public school. Whatever the facts may be concerning the priority of the establishment of Clinton Academy and the Farmers' Hall, there seems to be no doubt that the Montgomery Academy, another Orange County institution, incorporated in 1792, was the fourth of these schools in the state. The progressive character of the people of our county is shown by this fact, that 2 of the first 4 academies of the state should have been founded by them. The subscription list for the Montgomery Academy is dated in 1787 and was probably circulated and signed at that time. The village of Montgomery was only a small hamlet in a farming community. The people were not wealthy, but they were in earnest in their determination to secure for their children the advantages of a good school. 277 names appear on the list, almost all of them heads of families, residing within 8 or 10 miles of the village. The amounts were small individually, but the sum obtained was sufficient for the modest beginning which they were to make. The trustees appointed by the subscribers to take charge of the undertaking were 13 in number and were generally the most prominent and intelligent men of the section. The story of how these farmers helped themselves to what they wanted in school accommodations is told by both Eager and Ruttenber in their histories of Orange County. This story illustrates so well the method of the founding of these schools in rural communities throughout the state that I quote from Ruttenber the story entire. The trustees purchased a frame, already put up, several miles distant as they could get it for some small sum, made a frolic to which the farmers came with their teams and carted it down to the village. This was but the work of a day in these patriotic and free-will times, so, at very little expense, the building was entirely put up and finished. The teacher they wished to employ, the Reverend Alexander Miller of New Jersey, was married, had a family and a horse, and could not come unless the family and the horse could be accommodated. So, the trustees redoubled their exertions, built a kitchen adjoining the academy, put up a stable, and permitted the Reverend Mr. Miller to live on the ground floor. They tendered him £80 for the first year, and after that, all he could make. This offer was accepted, and the Reverend Mr. Miller became the first principal of the new institution. The tuition fees paid by the pupils varied from 2L to 5L a year, according to the subjects studied. The pound in New York currency was $2.50. The old building was used about 20 years and was then replaced by a substantial brick building, in which the old academy maintained its existence for many years, after most of the private schools had been absorbed by the public school system. In 1891, after more than 100 years of existence as a private school, it became the academic department of the Montgomery Public Schools. The Newburgh Academy was projected by the Reverend Mr. Spearin, pastor of the Episcopal Church. After some delay, a building was erected, and a school opened for the instruction of youth in the Greek and Latin languages and in other branches of literature. The peculiar relation of this school to the Church of England and its control by the trustees of the glebe seem to have been a source of trouble. In 1804, a public meeting of the inhabitants of the original patent was held, and 9 trustees were elected to take charge of the school in the academy. The new trustees evidently did take charge, for the school was incorporated under the University of the State of New York in 1806 as the Newburgh Academy. This school had a long and successful career. Many of its teachers were men of learning and ability, and the school enjoyed a reputation second to none in this section of the state. It is impossible to give its full history or to name all of its teachers. Mr. Ruttenber mentions Samuel Nicholson as principal in 1799, James Larimore in 1802, and a long line of successors. The academy continued its work as a private school until the special act establishing the Free Schools of Newburgh was passed in 1852, when it became a part of the public school system of the village. The Washington Academy of Florida had its inception in a meeting of the inhabitants of that village held on February 14, 1809. The meeting was enthusiastic and decided to erect a school building and establish a school for the instruction of the young. A 2-story brick building was erected, but it was not conducted as a private academy long. When, in response to the law of 1812, the towns were divided into school districts, in 1813, the building became the schoolhouse of District No. 15 of the town of Warwick. Samuel S. Seward was one of the first movers for the establishment of this school and was a member of its first board of trustees. His son, William H. Seward, afterward governor of the state of New York, United States Senator and Secretary of State under President Lincoln, was one of its early pupils. Mr. Seward was never satisfied with the fate of the Washington Academy and later gave a site and erected a building for a private school, which was known as the S.S. Seward Institute. He left $20,000 in his will for a permanent endowment of this school. For nearly half a century, it was maintained as a high-class boarding school. The endowment and the active interest of the Seward family kept it in operation long after most of the schools of its kind had been closed by the competition of the public school. But in 1891, it was turned over to the Board of Education of the Village of Florida, and it has, since that time, been the academic department of the Florida Public Schools. The Walkill Academy, Middletown, like a number of other places along the line of the Erie Railroad, owes its initial development to that road. In 1840, it was a small village. The people were alive to the interests of their children, however, and in 1841, they organized a company with 115 stockholders for the purpose of establishing an academy to provide the children of the village with better opportunities for education than could be had in the district school. The result of this movement was the building of a schoolhouse and the establishment of the Walkill Academy. The Reverend Phineas Robinson was the first teacher, and the school took high rank as a classical or grammar school from the first. He was succeeded by Patrick McGregor, who was principal for 5 years. Henry Freeman was in charge for a like period, and the Reverend P. Teller Babbitt was in charge for a year and a half. Then D. Carebull became principal and continued in charge of the academy until it became a part of the public school system of the village of Middletown, at its organization under Special Act of the Legislature in 1867. The Chester Academy was chartered by the regents of the university on February 27, 1844. The first principal was William Bross, who was assisted by his brother, Stephen D. Bross, mentioned above as one of the principals of Farmers Hall Academy at Goshen. William Bross prepared for college at Milford, Pa, and graduated from Williams College in 1838. He taught in several places before going to Chester, and in 1848, he went to Chicago and engaged in newspaper work. For a number of years, he was president of the Chicago Tribune Company, and he was lieutenant governor of the state of Illinois from 1865 to 1869. The Reverend Phineas Robinson, who was the first principal of Walkill Academy at Middletown, was in charge of this school for 8 years, and Edward Orton, who was later a professor in the Ohio State University, was principal for 6 years. Like the others, the Chester Academy became, later, a part of the public school system, and the old academy building was used for public school purposes until it was burned in 1905. A new building has been erected to take its place, and has been in use since September 1907. The Warwick Institute was organized in 1852. The building was erected in the spring of 1853, and the school opened the same year. D.F. Drew was engaged as principal, but left during the first year and was succeeded by William A. Carter. The institute and its property were turned over to the Board of Education in 1868, that board agreeing to forever maintain a school for instruction in the higher studies. The West Point Military Academy, this school, while in the county, is not of it. It is the United States government school for training officers for the command of its armies. The military academy is located on a government reservation at West Point, one of the most picturesque and beautiful spots on the Hudson. The establishment of such a school was recommended by Washington in his last message to Congress, and it is known that even from the time of the Revolution, West Point had been looked upon by him as a most suitable place for its location. The recommendation of Washington was acted upon, and some provision made for the instruction of cadets, but it was not until after the War of 1812 had shown the necessity for such training that the military academy was fully established. From that time to the present, it has grown in importance and efficiency. Many millions of dollars have been spent in utilizing the natural advantages of the reservation and in providing the equipment needed. The reservation contains nearly 200 buildings of various kinds, and its attractiveness on account of its natural scenery, its buildings, and its well-kept lawns make it a popular place for tourists. The academies which I have mentioned, with the exception of the military academy, which is brought in here simply because of its location, were of a semi-public character. While not maintained by taxation, they were organized by popular movements and existed only for the benefit of the people. There have been many other schools in the county, which were entirely private in character. Many of these have been important factors in the progress of education in our county and have done much to uphold a high standard of schoolwork, but we shall be able to mention only those which now exist and which hold charter relations with the educational system of the state. The period of the free public schools. There had been elementary schools in most of the scattered communities of the county before the Revolution, as we have seen, and they continued after that war, increasing in numbers and in efficiency. The academies provided better teachers for those schools, and they also stimulated the children in them to prepare themselves for the higher studies of the academies. They were public schools also, but they were entirely dependent upon local initiative and supported entirely by the people of the neighborhoods in which they were maintained. The state had shown its interest in secondary education by the establishment of the university in 1784, by chartering the academies and by grants of money in aid of these schools. But it was not until 1795 that it showed any interest in the common schools. In that year, acting on the recommendation of Governor Clinton, the legislature appropriated the sum of $20,000 $50,000 a year for the succeeding 5 years for the encouragement of the common schools. The act provided also for the election of 2 commissioners of schools in each town of the counties of the state to supervise the schools of the town and to make arrangements for the proper distribution of this grant. The chaotic condition of the schools, with no system of records and accounts, and, in some instances, the local pride and resentment occasioned by this state interference in what was considered an entirely local institution, rendered the just apportionment of this fund difficult, and after 3 years it was abandoned. In 1805, the state began the accumulation of a fund, the interest of which should be used to aid the public schools. This fund, to which additions are made from year to year, now amounts to considerably over $4 million, and the United States Deposit Fund, an overflow of the Treasury of the United States, distributed to the states in 1836-7, which has been reserved for school purposes, amounts to a like sum. By the laws of 1812, the state definitely assumed control of the public schools. During the succeeding year, 1813, under the provisions of this act, the townships in all the counties of the state were divided into school districts and public schools were established, supported partly by state aid and the balance made up by a rate bill, an amount assessed upon the parents of the children attending, proportioned upon the number of days they were in attendance. The districts, as formed in Orange County in 1813, have not greatly changed since that date. The rate bill was continued as the method of school support until the passage of the Free School Act in 1853, and in many places it was continued until 1867 when it was finally abolished, and the schools, supported entirely by public funds, became free to the children of rich and poor alike. The supervision of the public schools by township commissioners, under the law of 1795, and abandoned in most of the towns in 1798, was restored by the law of 1812, and thereafter, until 1844, what supervision of the schools there was, in the various towns, was vested in 3 commissioners and 3 inspectors. In 1844, the supervision of the schools was vested in a town superintendent of schools, and so continued until the office of school commissioner in the assembly districts was created in 1856. Since that time, the work of inspection and supervision has been performed by these officers. The commissioners of the 2 assembly districts of Orange County, since 1856, have been in the 1st Assembly District, George K. Smith, David A. Morrison, Charles N. Jedney, Jonathan Silliman, James M. Monell, Charles Rivenberg, and George W. Flood. In the 2nd Assembly District, George N. Green, Harvey H. Clark, John J. Barr, Benjamin F. Hill, John W. Slauson, Asa Morehouse, Oliver N. Goldsmith, William H. Shaw, Ira L. Case, Willard M. Clark, William P. Kaufman. Since the operation of the Free School Act began, the educational progress of the county has been continuous. The enrollment has increased with the population. The average daily attendance has increased more rapidly than the enrollment, and the efficiency of the schools, as indicated by the number of the institutions which are doing academic or high school work together with the number of pupils of high school grade, shows the most marked advancement. The number of such schools in our county has increased from half a dozen to 22, and the percentage of high school pupils to the enrollment has increased from less than 1% to about 8%. To demonstrate more clearly this progress of the schools, I have prepared a table showing the population, enrollment, average attendance, and high school pupils for each decade of the free schools. Table showing progress of the schools by decades. 1,880, 1,890, 1,900 population, 812.80, 00, 280, 8,220, 90, 7,859, 103,859, 108, 267 enrollment, 750, 18, 210, 19,615, 17,955, 18, 302. 18, 193 average attendance, no data, 8, 310,262, 10,963, 12, 868, 13, 617 in high schools, no data, 1, 369. The schools doing high school work in 1906 were the following. Principal, no, of HS. Pupils. Newburgh High School, William H. Doty, Middletown High School, James F. Tuthill, Port Jervis High School, Charles A. Benedict, Walden High School, A. H. Curtin A. Highland Falls High School, S. H. McIlroy, Warwick Institute High School, Frank M. Edson, Chester High School, Frank J. Squires, Cornwall-on-the-Hudson High School, E. Everett, Courtright, Goshen High School, Montgomery C. Smith, S. Seward Institute. Florida, Levy R. Tubbs, Cornwall High School, Herman C. Woodworth, Montgomery High School, F. W. Whitney Monroe Union School, Orville Eichenberg, Central Valley Union School, T. L. McKnight. And the following private schools. Principal, no, of HS. Pupils, N. Y. Military Academy, Sebastian C. Jones, Cornwall-on-the-Hudson Gar Institute, Goshen Rose Sanders Ursuline Academic School, Middletown Mother M. Lucy St. Mary's Academy, Newburgh. The 3 cities, Newburgh, Middletown, and Port Jervis, with 40%. Of the population of the county, furnished 52% of the average attendance and nearly 65% of the high school pupils. The school systems of these cities are well organized, and the schools are thoroughly graded and rank high among the schools of the state. The Newburgh Schools, the school system of the city of Newburgh, was established in 1852 by special act of the legislature, before the general free school law was passed. At that time, 16 teachers were employed and about 500 pupils were enrolled. By 1865, when Newburgh became a city and had a population of 13,905, the average attendance had increased to nearly 1,200 and 31 teachers were employed. Since that time, the growth in population has been gradual, and the schools have more than kept pace with that growth. New buildings have been erected from time to provide room for the constantly increasing enrollment, until there are now 7 buildings with sittings for more than 4,000 pupils. These buildings are all fully equipped with the modern improvements and all the appliances needed for the most efficient schoolwork. There are 109 teachers employed, and the enrollment for 1906 was 4,230. The city is doing more in the line of manual training than is done in any other part of the county. A 5-year course is given the boys who reach the higher grammar grades, and the girls, from the 3rd to the 6th year, are taught to sew. The following superintendents have had charge of the schools of the city since 1852. Nathaniel Jones, 57, Hugh Banks, 59, Dr. R.V.K. Montfort, 1859-63E. M. Ruttenber, 64, Hiram A. Jones, 72, Dr. R.V.K. Montfort, 1872-83, John Miller, 87, Dr. R.V.K. Montfort, 1887-1900, James M. Crane. The Middletown Schools. The school system of the city of Middletown was organized under a special act of the legislature passed in 1867. At that time, about 500 pupils were enrolled in all the schools. The schools have grown with the growth of the city, making necessary the erection of new buildings at frequent intervals. There are now 8 school buildings, all built of brick, well distributed for the convenience of the pupils attending and excellently adapted to the needs of the city. The new high school building is the finest and most costly school building in the county. 62 teachers were employed in 1906, and the number of pupils enrolled was 2,557. The following named gentlemen have been the superintendents of the schools since their organization: A. V. N. Powelson, 69A. H. Farnham, 70, Hiram Warren, 74, Henry R. Sanford, 80, 5, George T. Church, 86A. B. Wilbur, 91, James F. Tuthill. The Middletown schools have a reputation for excellent work, and the schoolrooms, especially those in the new high school, are models of convenience and furnishing. The Port Jervis schools. The village of Port Jervis came into being soon after the completion of the Delaware and Hudson Canal, and took its name from that of the engineer in charge of that work. It was only a small hamlet, however, until the building of the Erie Railroad near the middle of the last century. In 1850, there were only 270 children of school age in the district. The coming of the railroad caused a rapid increase in population, and by 1853, the date of the Free School Act, the number had increased to 562. It was not until 1862 that the district was organized under the general law as Union Free School District, number 1 of the town of Deer Park. By 1866, the number of children of school age had increased to 1,816. The high school was organized in 1863 with David Beatty as teacher. This school was admitted under the Regents in 1867. There are 49 teachers employed and an enrollment of over 2,000 pupils. There are 6 buildings used for school purposes, 3 of them substantial brick buildings, constructed within the past few years. A very noticeable feature of the schools in Port Jervis is the large enrollment in proportion to the population. More than 20% of the entire population was registered in the public schools, and more than 1/9 of this registration was in the high school in 1906. The superintendents of the schools in Port Jervis, since their organization in 1862, have been K. W. Manning, 63, David Beatty, 65, Isaac M. Wellington, 69, Edward A. Kingsley, 70A, B. Wilbur, 83F, W. Best, 84J, M. Dolph. By the courtesy of school commissioners George W. Flood, of the 1st Assembly District, and William P. Kaufman of the 2nd, and of the superintendents of schools in Newburgh and Middletown, I am permitted to present the principal facts of the school reports for the year 1907. Abstract of school reports for 1907. School number children of entire average expendi buildings of school age enroll attend tures teach in dis met ants for all tricked school purposes Newburgh City 110, 773, 257 3, 291 101, 577. 97 Middletown City 64, 648, 441, 962, 457. 29 Blooming Grove Town 10. 16 188. 70 Cornwall 26 014 541. 76 Crawford 13 983. 17 Hamptonburg 368. 36 Highland 19 666. 24 Monroe 14 653. 14 Montgomery 34. 337 394. 593. 10 Newburgh 19 228. 41 New Windsor 11 911. 79 Chester 14 549. 67 Deer Park 60 358. 369 1 754 553. 98 Goshen 20 847. 64 Greenville 717. 39 Minnesink 10 181. 39 Mount Hope 952. 37 Tuxedo 16 140. 34 Wallkill 18 175. 70 Wauganda 10 204. 28 Norwich 36 336. 374. 387. 84 Woodbury 618. 42. 530 490. 707 14. 086 430 $1,499.39. Chapter 35. The Churches of Orange County. By Reverend Francis Washburn. The prevailing religion of Orange County is still nominally Christian, differentiated in forms of worship and principles of faith. As yet, few representatives of other religions have formed any settlement within its boundaries. The organized religious bodies are numerous and strong, exercising still against many adverse agencies a controlling influence over the lives of the people. Those first established in the county in the colonial epoch still maintain the predominance they then secured. Although the confessions of faith of some of them have been modified somewhat, yet they all, with a few minor exceptions, hold to the creeds apostolic and Nicene. With more general diffusion of education amongst the people has come to prevail a more genial and less dogmatic form of enunciating the great truths of the gospel of Christ. The churches or associations of religious people are becoming more conservative of all that is good and wholesome for human beings both here and hereafter. Faith in the parental love of God the Father and brotherly love of Christ are being taught by the Church of Christ as the mother of the world's children and the bride of Christ, whose spirit is more and more the atmosphere of a heavenly home for us all. The ministry of the Church is coming to be a ministry over us everywhere in all places and at all times. She is extending her work of sponsorship into every sphere of human activity. And the time seems to be rapidly approaching when she will guard us all from the cradle to the grave from every agency of ill that would deprive us of the love and approbation of God. The different religious bodies bearing the name of Christian are all seeking the good of humankind, animated by the same spirit which actuated the Christ when he went to Golgotha and when he ascended ad Olivet. They are agreed in their aim and are united in their sympathy. They work in agreement and will not contend with each other. Christian charity today is prevailing to the elimination of denominational pride. The Christians of Orange County are becoming assimilated to the spirit of those on whom the Holy Ghost fell in the day of Pentecost. For years since the earliest settlement of this country, they have been known as Presbyterians, Lutherans, Reformed Dutch, Episcopalians, Roman Catholics, Baptists, Methodists, Quakers, etc., and are still connected with organizations bearing these names. But they are coming to bear in their membership the same characteristic devotion to humanity and God. We cannot be today what our ancestors were who came from Europe. They were unaware of a vast deal we know. Their knowledge of the world and its peoples was infinitely little, ours is infinitely large. They came and settled here amid dense forests and interpreted God's word by and through their limited experience, but God's word to them was a sealed book. They could not interpret it at all. They came from different countries of Western Europe and brought with them their theories religious and secular. The Dutch came to the mouth of a great stream that ran north and settled on an island and called their settlement New Amsterdam. Some of them sailed up this great river, now known as the Hudson, and established homes in the neighborhood of the present city of Kingston, at the confluence of two streams, known to us as the Wallkill and Rondout. Their expression of the Christian religion exists in their descendants today as the Reformed, known to me in my boyhood as the Dutch Reformed. The churches of this denomination in Orange County owe their origin to the missionary zeal of Reverend Petrus Vass and the Reverend George W. Marcius, pastors of the church at Kingston. The Montgomery Reformed Church was first organized as the German Reformed Church of the Wallkill in 1782. The Warwick Church was organized October 24, 1694, at Orangetown. In 1764, its congregation united with the Presbyterians and remained thus united until 1803, when the congregation determined that as the deed of the property was to the Presbyterians, it should continue to be held by them as trustees, while the Reformed Dutch consistory should control the spiritual interests. At the present time, there are 10 churches of this type in the county, as follows. Location, pastor, membership. Newburgh A. T. Brook Walden W. W. Scomp Montgomery Peter Crispell Port Jervis, 1st Willard Conger Port Jervis, 2nd J. B. Appel Minnesink Vacant Warwick Faber Knox Pine Bush H. K. Post Cuttabackville W. W. Whitney Unionville Vacant Total, 223. There are hundreds if not thousands of people living in this county today who do not understand why there are so many Christian societies bearing different names and worshiping apart. There are almost as many, in all probability, who are ignorant of the doctrines wherein they differ from other Christian bodies. The last generation arriving at adult age has heard so infrequently doctrinal and controversial preaching as to know not why they are of one denomination rather than another. On this line, the men who established Presbyterian bodies in this county, away back in the 17th and 18th centuries, were well informed. The differences between the Presbyterians of the various schools are equally beyond the knowledge of the great majority. I am not going to attempt to enlighten myself or my readers by any research of old pamphlets, etc., of the Presbyterian denomination. Life is too short and the matter too immaterial to the issue in which we are interested. In 1752, says Ruttenber, the Associate Presbytery of Scotland sent the Reverend John Culbertson to America, who organized in the Wallkill Valley a praying society in 1753, which eventually became the Reformed Presbyterian Church at Coldenham. In 1816 or 1817, a praying society established in Newburgh became the first Presbyterian church there. In 1765, the Associated Reformed Church of Little Britain and Neelytown began their corporate existence. In 1831, the Graham Church of Crawford, organized in 1800, united with the church at Hamptonburg. The first Associate Reformed Church of Newburgh was organized in 1797, and the Union Associate reformed in 1837. The Presbyterian Church at Goshen was the first of this denomination established in Orange County. Its first edifice stood at the site now occupied by the courthouse. The second Presbyterian church was that at Goodwill. It was originally established for the use of immigrants principally from County Londonderry, Ireland. Its first pastor was Reverend John Houston. Out of this organization rose not less than 5 others, namely Neelytown, Hamptonburg, Hopewell, Graham, Berea, and Montgomery. Its first house of worship is said to have been erected in 1735. The Third Presbyterian Church of Cornwall at Bethlehem was organized in 1730. From it sprang into existence the First Presbyterian Church of Newburgh and the First of New Windsor, now defunct. The following statement was prepared by the Reverend Charles O. Hammer. Churches, pastors, membership money 1906 raised Amity R. H. Craig, LLD, 102-1086, 80 Denton J. L. Harrington, 60 Chester R. H. McCready, Ph.D. 280-4278, 378, 56 Goshen F. S. Haynes 393, 792, 92 Montgomery T. D. Elder 205-416, 72 Port Jervis Vacant 335, 635, 86 Scotchtown 119-156, 70 Goodwill J. H. Thompson 152, 811, 48 Ramapo R. B. Marble. 304, 674, 00 Hopewell J. S. E. Erskine 128, 136, 32 Westtown F. H. Bisbee 169, 638, 72 Middletown. First W. R. Ferris 465 328, 00 Monroe vacant 114 870, 00 Suffern Pastor elect 166 225, 40 Hamptonburg W. B. Johnson 162 085 32 Ridgebury F. A. Gates 381, 24 Washingtonville J. A. McCallum 146, 102, 44 Florida vacant. 170, 699, 90 Centerville, 00 Circleville 118 137, 44 Middletown, 2nd Pastor-elect 486 408, 72 MT. Hope vacant, 24 Odysville 109 010, 24 Slate Hill, 96 Calvary, NB City J. Searles 284, 840, 51st. A vacant 490, 700, 59 Union. S. K. Piercy 400 044, 03 Grand St. R. H. Barr Bethlehem Esli Mills I. Maxwell 196 274, 25 Cornwall H. R. Fraser 201 035, 58 Little Britain J. S. King 130 817, 25 Highland Falls A. R. Barron 135 880, 25 Canterbury Supplied 022 88. 134, 6,259, $99,715.52. Churches vacant membership increase, 1902-1906 125. Reformed Presbyterian. The Reformed Presbyterians are the ecclesiastical descendants of the Covenanters of Scotland. In the latter half of the 18th century, some of them who had come to Orange County, organized as a church society in Coldenham, and called as pastor Reverend Dr. Alexander MacLeod, who afterward became famous as a preacher in New York City. For 5 years, from 1812, Reverend James Mulligan was pastor, and he was followed by the eloquent J.R. Williams, who delivered the famous address at Goshen when the bones of the patriots who fell in the Battle of Minisink were buried. The present pastor is Reverend Thomas Patton. A society of Reformed Presbyterians was formed in Newburgh in 1802, and services were held for a time at the residence of James Clark. This was a part of the Coldenham congregation until 1824, when it was organized as a separate society and called for its first pastor Reverend J. R. Johnston, who afterward joined the Presbyterian Church. The present pastor, Reverend J. W. V. Carlisle, is the successor of his father, who died in 1887. December 12, 1854, a second Reformed Presbyterian Society was organized in Newburgh, which is known as the Westminster Church. It has had but one pastor, Reverend J. R. Thompson, whose ministrations in December 1907 had extended through the long period of 52 years. He has said of his church, "The motto of Harvard College is Pro Christo et Ecclesia, but that of Reformed Presbyterians is Pro Christo et Ecclesia et Patria." Their aim is to Christianize the national government as well as the church. The Protestant Episcopal Church. This branch of the Church Catholic now represented in Orange County is shown by the following statistical report. A brief general history of the Protestant Episcopal Church may be appreciated. Prior and up to the War of Independence, there were several places in the county where worship was maintained by the Church of England Society for the propagation of the gospel in foreign parts, namely, at Newburgh on the Glebe, granted to them by King George, at St. David's in the vicinity of the present village of Washingtonville, and at St. Andrew's west of Newburgh, some 12 miles. The success of the colonists in the above war took these and other churches from the jurisdiction of the Church of England. To meet the new situation, measures were immediately taken by the ordained clergy of the colonies, who had accepted the results of the Revolutionary War for the restoration of the government and worship of that church. The church in the United States was without a head, that is to say, without a bishop. Those who constituted it could not continue without such. All English bishops were so sworn to the Crown of England that they were unable to act in an independent state such as this. No priest could be elevated to the office of bishop in England without subscribing to the following article, i.e. that the King's Majesty under God is the only supreme governor of this realm, and of all other of His Highness's dominions and countries, as well as in all spiritual or ecclesiastical things or causes as temporal. In the American Church, no ordination or confirmations could take place. In 1780, a conference of the clergy and laity assembled at the call of the Reverend Dr. William Smith, president of Washington College. The purpose was to unite the separated parts into a body corporate. A second conference was called in 1783. There were present at this 18 clergymen. When the Revolutionary War closed, there were in Connecticut 40 Episcopal congregations, 14 clergymen, and 40,000 members. 10 of the 14 met at Woodbury in Litchfield County, and chose 2 men either of whom they thought would be suitable for the office of bishop, namely, the Reverend Dr. Jeremiah Leeming and Samuel Seabury. Dr. Seabury accepted, went to England, and laid before the bishop his credentials, submitting to him the fact which in the judgment of the Connecticut people made the appointment of an American bishop an immediate necessity. In case of failure in England, he was to go to Scotland and endeavor to secure consecration of the non-juring bishops. To these bishops, Seabury was finally compelled to resort for consecration. In a private chapel of a modest house in Aberdeen, he was consecrated by Robert Kilgour, Arthur Petrie, and John Skinner. He came home to America the first bishop of the church here. In May 1784, at a meeting held in New Brunswick, NY, by the managers of the Society for the Relief of the Widows and Orphans of Clergymen, the general condition of the church came up for discussion, the result of which was a call for a conference of churchmen from all the states to be held in October. It met. There were present delegates from Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Connecticut. A call was issued summoning the churches in the several states to send delegates to a constitutional convention. This was held in Philadelphia on St. Michael's Day in 1785, with the following result: a constitution for the church. Having made it, they proceeded to consider the episcopate. They drew up an address to the Archbishop and bishops of England. Upon the receipt of the answer, they met in October 1786 for its consideration. In reply, they informed the English bishops that the Nicene and Apostles' Creeds were retained, and that in fact the English prayer book was kept intact. They then called the roll of states present to ascertain if any had chosen men for bishops. New York delegates presented the name of Dr. Provost. Pennsylvania presented the name of White. Maryland had already chosen Dr. Smith. White and Provost went to England and were consecrated in Lambeth Chapel, February 4, 1786. On their return to this country, they were met by the Bishop of Connecticut, and with him consulted on terms of union. The result of their deliberation was the adoption of resolutions which it was thought would harmonize both sides. In these resolutions, they recognized the validity of Seabury's consecration, and that together with Provost and White, they had all the power which belongs to the episcopal office, limited only by such canons or laws as the entire Church of the United States might fix. They then adjourned to meet again in Connecticut in convention of the whole church. When the Constitution was altered, the bishops became a separate house. The other house was to be composed of representatives, lay and clerical, not bishops. They also revised the English prayer book to make it harmonize with the government of these states. These things being satisfactorily adjusted, the organization of the Protestant Episcopal Church of the United States of North America became an established fact. The Protestant Episcopal churches of this section, with those of other sections of New York State, first came under the superintendence of Bishop Samuel Provost, rector of Trinity Parish in the city of New York, at which time St. Andrew's Parish, Walden, then in Ulster County, and St. George's, Newburgh, were the only ones surviving the ravages of the Revolutionary period. These churches with St. David's had been organized under an act of incorporation granted by King George III, dated July 23, 1770, at which time the Reverend John Sayer was in charge of missionary work at Newburgh and parts adjacent. There do not appear to have been any episcopal duties performed in either Ulster or Orange counties until 1700, from the time of the superintendency of Bishop Provost, when Reverend George H. Spearin became the minister and schoolmaster of St. George's Glebe School and Church in Newburgh, and the rector of St. Andrew's, Walden. There is no record of any visitations of the parishes by Provost. In 1804, when Reverend Frederick Van Horn was rector of St. Andrew's, it and St. George's were members of the diocesan convention. Bishop Moore was then in charge of the diocese. During his episcopate, St. James Church, Goshen, was received into union with the Convention, 1808, and Christ's Church, Warwick, 1804. Although there are no records of any episcopal visitations in this section of the state, there probably were such. February 1816, Bishop Moore died and was succeeded by Bishop John Henry Hobart, who became the third Bishop of New York. Trinity Church, from which the bishops were selected down to the time of Bishop Horatio Potter, furnished not only the bishops but the financial means for the maintenance of church work throughout the whole country. The Episcopal Church in the United States, when Dr. Hobart assumed episcopal jurisdiction, was apparently dying. He revived hope in the hearts of its adherents. With him, the church began to live and grow. He established a churchman's magazine in New York, provided for a learned clergy by establishing a college at Geneva, did much for the endowment of the college in New York, and was also the real founder of the theological seminary there. It was while he was bishop that the Reverend John Brown became rector of St. George's Parish, Newburgh, 1816, and St. Thomas, New Windsor, 1818. The original Diocese of New York is now divided into 5. The names of successful bishops of New York from Hobart's time to this are Right Reverend Treadwell Onderdonk, who was consecrated in 1830, Bishop Wainwright, Bishop Horatio Potter, Bishop Henry C. Potter, and Bishop Greer. In 1838, the Diocese of Western New York was created. Grace Church, Middletown, was organized under Onderdonk's episcopate, during which also the Reverend Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright was consecrated to perform the episcopal duties in the diocese provisionally. Bishop Wainwright died on the feast of St. Matthew, Thursday, September 21, 1854, in the 63rd year of his age. Dr. Horatio Potter became bishop, November 22, 1854, and served provisionally until the death of Bishop Onderdonk in 1861, and wholly from that time until the 12th day of September, 1883, when he withdrew, having faithfully served the church as Bishop of New York for 29 years. His episcopate was the most successful and satisfactory from the beginning. Hobart's was brilliant, but his was masterful and complete. He was a great man, master of himself and others. He ruled with ease and equity the variant elements that composed the ministry and membership of the church. With clear perception of character, he indulged idiosyncrasies in men whom he saw were sincere and earnest, a perfect gentleman, a true Christian, a sound churchman, unobtrusive and inoffensive. He handed the administration of the church to his successor affluent and strong, socially, spiritually, intellectually, and financially. He was succeeded by his nephew, the Right Reverend Henry C. Potter. When he resigned his diocese, there were in Orange County the following flourishing parishes: St. George's, Newburgh; St. Paul's, Newburgh; St. John's, Canterbury; St. James, Goshen Grace Church, Middletown; St. Andrew's, Walden; St. John's, Arden; St. George's Mission, Newburgh; Grace Church, Monroe. Under the present administration of his successor, the growth of the church in this county has been continuous since 1904, being greatly aided by the Right Reverend David Hummel Greer, D.D., LL.D., Bishop Coadjutor. Orange County is united for missionary work with Sullivan County and Ulster County under the Reverend W.R. Thomas, D.D., Rector of Highland Falls, Archdeacon. The Protestant Episcopal Churches: Grace Church, Monroe; Minister in charge, J.H. Maginnis, D.D. Number of communicants in 1905, 56. Income, 1905, between $500 and $600. St. Paul's Church, Chester. Rector, J.H. Maginnis, D.D. Income, 1905, $901.39. Number of communicants in 1899, 33. St. Daniel's Church, pre-revolutionary, near Washingtonville, extinct. Christ's Church, Warwick. Reverend W. M. Pixley, Rector. This parish was admitted into union with Convention in 1866. Number of communicants in 1905, 130. Income, 1905, $4,305.47. St. Mary's Church, Tuxedo. Reverend W. M. Fitzsimmons, Rector. Number of communicants in 1905, 242. Income, 1905, $18,654.20. St. John's Church, Arden. N.Y. Reverend J. H. Maginnis, Minister. Received into union with Convention in 1868. In the year of 1,885 communicants, 57 in 1905-40. Income 1905, $1,167.25. St. John's Church, Canterbury. Reverend W. W. Page, D.D. Rector. Organized 1858. Church edifices erected and opened for divine service, Advent 1859. A rectory was given to the parish by Miss E. C. Purdy in 1876. Number of communicants in 1858, 3 in 1863, 33 in 1879, 59 in 1885, 104 in 1905, 200. Income 1905, $1,559. Holy Innocents, Highland Falls, Reverend W. R. Thomas, D.D. Receipts for 1905, $2,387. Communicants 112. St. Thomas Church, New Windsor. Reverend Creighton Spencer. Organized April 8, 1818. Church built in 1848. Number of communicants in 1905, 33. Receipts $1,441.71. St. Andrew's Church, Walden. Reverend Thomas G. Lucy, Rector. Present number of communicants over 142. Incorporated in 1770, escaped dissolution during the Revolution. Good Shepherd, Greenwood Lake. Reverend W. R. Thomas, D.D. in 1905. Number of communicants 40. Receipts 1905, $1,902.80. Good Shepherd Church, Newburgh. Rector, Reverend J. M. Chu. Organized in 1872. Number of communicants 1905, 813. Reverend Francis Washburn. Receipts 1905, about $4,000. St. Paul's Church, Newburgh. Organized 1860. Reverend James Calhoun Elliott, Rector. Number of communicants 1905, 193. Receipts 1905, $6,671.76. St. George's Church, Newburgh. Reverend John Husk, Rector, incorporated by Royal Charter, July 30, 1770. Present church built 1,819. Number of communicants 1905, 558. Receipts between $7,000 and $8,000. St. Agnes Chapel, Bombville. Reverend Frederick Everett Whitney, minister in charge. Built by Mr. and Mrs. Whitney and maintained by gifts from the communicants and members of the congregation. Number of communicants 1905, 58. St. Andrew's Chapel, Montgomery. T. G. Lucy, Rector. Number of communicants 1905, 29. St. James Church, Goshen. Parish organized June 25, 1803. Church built about 1804 and rebuilt 1852. Rector. Reverend George William Dumbbell, D.D. in 1812, there were 6 communicants, and in 1905, 222, income about $4,000. It appears from the records that there was an Episcopal church before the Revolution, at Decker's Corners. In 1843, the Reverend W. W. Page, of Goshen, preached occasionally at Middletown. Grace Church, Middletown. Rector, Reverend F. J. Simners, Jr. Parish organized February 8, 1845. Church built 1847. Number of communicants in 1885, 272. In 1905, 350. Income between $7,000 and $8,000. Grace Church, Port Jervis. Rector, Reverend Uriah Simmons. Income in 1905 between $800 and $900. Parish organized in 1854. First church built in 1856 and the present edifice in 1870. Number of communicants in 1871, 27. In 1905, 117. The Methodist Episcopal Churches. The Reverend George W. Grinton, Secretary of the New York Conference, reports that there are at present 36 churches of this denomination in Orange County, with a total membership of 5,900. Detailed reference to each appears in the various town histories of this publication. Methodism began its existence on this continent and in this county, contemporaneously with the Republic of the United States. John Wesley, the founder of it, began his zealous propaganda in England, among the unchurched masses, in the year 1739, the year that Whitefield began his second tour of America. Independent of any effort of his, The first Society of Methodists was formed in the city of New York by some of the German Palatines from Ireland. At the conference held by Wesley, at London, in 1770, 2 letters were received from New York reporting a society there of about 100 members and a chapel. In 1784, Wesley appointed Cook superintendent of the Methodist societies in the United States, giving the following reasons for doing so: that as the Revolution had separated the United States from the mother country, and the Episcopal establishment was utterly abolished in the states, it became his duty as providently at the head of the Methodist societies to obey their demand and furnish them the means of grace. Recognized as their founder by the American Methodists, required by them to provide for their new necessities, and unable to induce the English prelates to do so, he ordained Cook that he might go to America and ordain preachers. Cook arrived in America and ordained Francis Ashbury first as a presbyter and finally as a superintendent. Says Stevens, the Methodist historian, the colonial English church being dissolved by the Revolution, its fragments were yet floating as had been the Methodist societies amid the stirring tide of events. When Ashbury began his superintendency, there was small membership and but a few itinerant preachers. When he died, there were 700 itinerants, 2,000 local preachers, and 240,000 lay members. The first services held in this country by a Methodist itinerant, Mr. Cooper, was held in the house of Colonel Daniel Macaulay at Warwick in 1706. The second at that of Mrs. A. Smith, a sister of the colonel, situated at Middlehope. Mr. Cooper also visited John Woolsey near Milton. 6 weeks later, accompanied by a Mr. John McCloskey, John Cooper passed through the same section, going as far north as New Paltz, holding services at the homes of Hendrick Deo and Andries Du Bois. In 1787, Ezekiel Cooper visited the town of Newburgh and held religious services at Samuel Fowler's in Middlehope, where he established a preaching station, which remained such until 1813. In 1788, the Methodist Conference established the Flanders Circuit, which embraced a portion of this county, and put James O. Cooper in charge, with Jesse Lee, Orrin Hutchins, and John Lee as assistants. In 1789, the Circuit of Newburgh was created, with James D. Cromwell as presiding elder and Nathaniel B. Mills and Andrew Humphrey as preachers. The following classes composed the circuit: Samuel Fowler, Middlehope; Munson Ward's, Fostertown; Jacob Dayton's, Laddingtown; Mr. Schultz, Dawsontown; Mr. Warwick, Luff Smith, Marlborough; Daniel Stevens in the Clove; Richard Garrison in the Clove; Elnathan Foster, Newburgh; Daniel Holmes, Middlehope; Samuel Wyatt's, Keytown; Winslow Allison, Pochunk; John Ellison's, New Windsor; Daniel Ostrander, Plattekill; Samuel Ketchum, Sugar Loaf. The first class to be organized, 1807, as a church was the one at Vale's Gate under the name of the Union M.E. Church of New Windsor. In 1819, the Newburgh Circuit was divided and another circuit created, including the societies at Bethel, Bloomingburg, Middletown, Montgomery, Walden, Burlingham, Sam's Point, and Walker Valley. In 1837, Sugar Loaf Circuit came into existence. This embraced Sugar Loaf, Florida, Ellenville, Bellevale, Chester, Monroe, Oxford, Satterleytown, Washingtonville, Blagg's Corner, Highland Mills, Little Long Pond, and Greenwood Lake. The Baptist churches. The Baptist denomination, we are informed by Dr. A. R. Fuller of the First Baptist Church, Newburgh, NY, has at the present time, March 1907, 11 churches. 1 in Cornwall, Unionville, Port Jervis, Warwick, Walden, Maybrook, 2 in Middletown, and 3 in Newburgh. It has church property valued at $162,500. The first minister of this persuasion to preach its tenets in the county was Mr. Halstead, pastor of a society at Fishkill, Dutchess County. April 24, 1790, a society was organized in Newburgh. In 1806, another society erected a place of worship at Luptondale and established a burying ground. The Baptist congregation at Warwick originated with the settlers from Connecticut. These organized what has since been known as the Old School Baptist Body. The first place of worship was erected on what is now the junction of the road leading from the village of Warwick and the road leading from the Welling Schoolhouse to Bellevale. In 1809 and 1810, the society bought land in Warwick and erected the building which it now occupies. The Lutheran churches. The Lutheran churches are St. Peter's, Port Jervis, and St. Paul's, Newburgh. This society was founded by the immigrants from the Palatine, who were sent here in the reign of Queen Anne. The Unitarian Church. A Unitarian church, named the Church of Our Father, was organized at Fishkill-on-the-Hudson in 1847 at a private residence. The first meetings were held at the DeWitt homestead, and afterward in the public hall of the village. The congregation included men and women of culture, public spirit, and unquestioned high character. It was ministered to by such men of repute for ability and piety as Revs. William H. Channing, Edward Turner, F. A. Farley, and H. W. Bellows, among others. Occasional services were held at Low Point, Channingville, and other points in the neighborhood of Fishkill for 8 years. About 1855, in consequence of the increasing attendance from Newburgh, the church was reorganized in that city, where services were held in the courthouse and the Universalist Church, and there was preaching by some of the ablest ministers of the denomination. There were so many accessions to the church that in 1869 a committee was chosen to consider the subject of building a house of worship. This consisted of William W. Carson, John Heron, George Lamy, Benjamin Dumville, George H. Southard, J. N. Ditchie, George W. Peters, and William Stocker. Warren Delane was afterwards added and made chairman. The deliberations and resulting efforts brought about the erection of the present building at a cost of $16,000, and it was consecrated in 1870. The first pastor was Reverend F. W. Holland, and the present pastor is Reverend Alson H. Robinson. The Roman Catholic Church in Orange. The first Catholic missions in Orange County seem to have been established in 1817 and 1818. The Reverend Dr. French came in 1817, and the Reverend Father Langdell arrived about a year later. The first Catholic church, St. Patrick's, was organized at Newburgh in 1826, and the parochial school in connection with that church was started soon afterward. The introduction of Roman Catholicism in this state during the colonial period is fraught with much interest. The history of these initial efforts covers the incidents of the French and Indian Wars, beginning in 1687 and terminating in the French domination of Canada. Even as far back as 1608, the work was begun among some of the northern Indian tribes. But the conversion of the Six Nations met with little success until after the accession of James Roman II to the English throne. He instructed the province governors to aid the French missionaries and grant them every facility in the prosecution of their work. But these privileges were also used to advance their national cause among the Iroquois, and the king was compelled to modify his zeal for the propagation of the Catholic faith, which he professed. This policy of the English government was entirely changed, however, on the accession of William and Mary. Trade with the Indians had been seriously affected by the influence of these French priests, and the alliance between the English and the Iroquois was greatly weakened in consequence. Even the toleration of Catholicism was now forbidden not from any hostility to the faith in itself, but for political reasons which affected the nation and its interests. Severe measures of repression were adopted. Catholic priests who came into the provinces voluntarily were subject to the death penalty. This practically was the state of affairs until after the breaking out of the Revolutionary War. Then, by the terms of the first state constitution, freedom of opinion was permitted to all who subscribed to the oath of allegiance. When Ireland was appealed to for aid in the war, and the subsequent assistance of Catholic France was asked, the prejudices of the people were materially affected. This made it possible to engraft upon the federal Constitution of 1787 the full and complete equality of all religious faiths. This, of course, opened the door to Catholicism, and yet the church authorities seem to have made little effort to extend their faith until after the Irish Rebellion of 1798. Then the Catholic immigrants began to arrive in America. The first priest stationed in New York City was the Reverend Charles Whalen, an Irish Franciscan who had been a chaplain in the French fleet. He settled here after the war, and his brother, Dr. Joseph Whalen, purchased a plot of land from the Schuyler Patent in Montgomery in April 1788. The Reverend Luke Concanen was the first bishop of New York, but he died before entering upon his duties. The Reverend John Kennelly, his successor, was consecrated in 1814. and the first thing he did was to establish missions in the Hudson River Valley. He is said to have sought to prevent the children of Catholics conforming to the persuasions of their neighbors. Chapter 36. Orange County Agriculture. By David A. Morrison. The success and well-being of the American farmer is always a matter of vital concern to the entire country. The agricultural interest of any country, any state, or any county, being the fundamental condition upon which all other branches of human effort are based and must depend, is therefore of paramount concern to all classes. In the county of Orange in 1899, the figures of the national census show there were 13,584 acres devoted to corn, which yielded 730 bushels of this cereal that year. 2,844 acres were sown to wheat, and 42,430 bushels were gathered. The acreage of rye was 4,453, and the total yield was 79,980 bushels. Oats were grown upon 5,156 acres, and the product was 126,540 bushels. 1,383 acres were in buckwheat, and the pancake crop that year was 23,640 bushels. The decrease in the rural population of Orange County homes is smaller than most other counties of the state, and the depreciation of farmlands is not so apparent. In fact, the general property valuation of the county seems to be increasing something like $2.5 million per year, being rated at $43,804,861.40 for 1907. The population of the county, according to the state enumeration of 1905, was 107,267. This was an increase over the report of the national census for 1900 of 3,408. Of this number, 41,014 lived in the cities of Newburgh and Middletown. In 1880, the county ranked 11th in the state for population, 9th in the value of its farms, and 3rd in the value of its farm buildings. It was 2nd in the yield of hay, 2nd also in corn, and 3rd in wheat and potatoes. In the dairy department, it stood right at the head, being 1st in cows and also in the average yield per cow. Even in its production of wool, the county had 4th place. Samuel W. Eager, the early and conscientious historian of Orange County, speaking of the agricultural aspect of the county in 1847, says, "The soil is above medium character for all agricultural purposes, and while the agriculture of the county is above mediocrity, the soil may be considered worn out and exhausted, as respects growing large or profitable crops of wheat without manuring too expensively. That article must be purchased of the Western farmer, who yet drives his plowshare through a strong and virgin soil. That this crop must be abandoned for the present, and the land employed to raise grass or other grains is a dictate of common sense, and we trust our farmers are wise enough to see it, and not struggle in an unequal contest against the easy culture and large crops of the West." While this advice was doubtless justified, statistics show it was not followed. The wheat crop of 1874 was greater than that of 1840, and the yield per acre was better under the improved culture. No attempt is made to compete with the vast wheat fields of the far West in the production of this great staple grain, which in fact is only grown to a very limited extent in this county today. Small fruits, peaches, apples, and other orchard fruits are extensively grown in some parts of the county, especially in the upper river section, about Newburgh and Cornwall. The peach industry began in the Newburgh district about 1880 and in the Pine Island section about 1895, and for a time, some fine crops were gathered when the winters were not too severe. But of late, the orchards are less promising because of the devastations of the San Jose scale, which together with the severe winters, make peach growing a precarious business in this section. The leaf curl and peach yellows are other discouraging features, and it takes an intelligent and industrious grower to succeed in the business. He must spray, and also dig the borers from the base of the tree trunks diligently. Among the largest peach growers in the Warwick, New Milford and Pine Island districts are E.G. Stiebling, 6,000 trees, J.B. Rhodes 4,000, J.R. Fiegels 4,000, Harvey Vale 6,000, E.D. Waterbury 3,000, J.C. Drew 2000, G.W. Hyatt 6000, W.S. Layton 4000, Henry de Morst 4000, Barry Walsh 3000, Henry Pat 2000, Thomas Willing 2000, H.F. Wheeler 2000. Knapp and Husted 1500, George Benedict 1000, J.E. Sanford 2000. Florida District, J.O. Gable 3000, H.D. Jessup 3000, Charles Jessup 3000, John Houston 2000, E. Lovett 2000. Chester District, E.N. de Morst 2000. The largest fruit growers in the Middle Hope section are E.D. Barnes, Nathaniel Barnes Nat, C. Barnes, John W. Bingham, W.J. Fowler, V. J. Cole, and many others. Barnyard manure, muriate of potash, and ground bone are the fertilizers used. It is found by these growers that the peach can only be grown upon high, dry land with profit. The flavor of the fruit produced here is like that of the lower Ulster and northern Orange section, of high quality, and it brings the best price. Red raspberries and strawberries were very successfully grown in different parts of the county some years ago, especially about Cornwall and Newburgh and the northern river section. And both these popular fruits are still produced to a large extent. Among these small fruit enthusiasts, there were the late Reverend E. P. Rowe and N. P. Willis of Cornwall. North of Newburgh was the home of Andrew J. Downing and Charles Downing, his brother, whose standard work on The Fruits and Fruit Trees of America has been the recognized authority upon nomenclature and description of fruits in America ever since it was written. The Orange County Agricultural Society. This society is one of the oldest and best-known organizations in the county. It had its beginning at a meeting of citizens called pursuant to law by Lebbeus L. Vale, county clerk, to organize a county agricultural society, and held in the old stone courthouse at Goshen, September 11, 1841. Of the persons who attended that meeting, the names of the following have been rescued from oblivion: John Caldwell, Jesse Bull, Nicholas Detterer, Blooming Grove, William Sayer, Cornwall, Alexander Thompson, Crawford, Aaron Van Duzer, Charles Monell, John Wilson, Hezekiah H. Strong, Phineas Rumsey, James W. Carpenter, Goshen, Hamilton Morrison, Samuel Waite, Jr. John Waite, Gideon Pelton, John A. Smith, Montgomery, Frederick J. Betts, Charles Downing, Henry Robinson, Newburgh. Leonard Lee, John R. Caldwell, New Windsor, William Hurton, Israel H. Wickham Walkill, Jeffrey Wisner, Warwick. At that meeting, a constitution and bylaws were adopted, and at the adjourned meeting, held at the same place, October 13, 1841, the organization of the society was completed by the election of the following officers: President, John Caldwell, Blooming Grove; Vice Presidents, Captain Henry Robinson, Newburgh; John R. Caldwell, New Windsor; William Sayer, Cornwall; Jeffrey Wisner, Warwick; Lewis H. Rowe, Monroe; Hewlett Clark, Minnesink; James D. Bull, Hamptonburg; Richard Sears, Goshen; Gideon Pelton, Montgomery; David C. Bull, Crawford; William Hurton, Walkill; William S. Little, Mount Hope; Thomas Van Etten, Deer Park. Recording Secretary, John Wilson, Goshen. Corresponding Secretary, Joseph W. Gott, Goshen. Treasurer, Charles Monell, Goshen. Executive Committee, Frederick J. Retz, Samuel Waite, Jr., Leonard Lee, Phineas Rumsey, Alexander Thompson, Charles Dill, Thomas W. Bradner. Of the officers then elected, not one survives. So long has been the time that has passed, and so many and so great the changes that have taken place since its organization, that the management of the society is now in the hands of men, few of whom knew any of its founders. Although they were prominent men, well known in their day and generation, even their names are not familiar to a majority of its members today. The first fair was held at Goshen, November 17, 1841, and although it was very late in the season, and there had been but little time for preparation, it gave such general satisfaction that the success of the society was assured. The cattle, sheep, and swine were shown on the grounds adjacent to the Presbyterian Church. The horses were exhibited on Main Street, and the other exhibits in the old courthouse. 97 premiums were awarded amounting to $210, besides 21 agricultural periodicals. The second fair was held at Goshen, October 12, 1842. The premiums offered amounted to $333, exclusive of 35 agricultural books and papers, distributed as follows: farms, $45, cattle, $113, horses, $38, sheep, $31, swine, $8, butter, $44, agricultural products, $54. The county newspapers of that time said The exhibition was in the highest degree creditable to the agricultural interests of the county. The people assembled in thousands to witness the exhibition and thronged the streets in numbers equaled on but few occasions before. The exhibition of domestic manufactures graced the interior of the new courthouse. The third fair was held October 4, 1843. 5,000 persons were estimated to have been in attendance. 113 premiums were awarded amounting to $325, besides 28 publications. The following extract from the annual report of the President, Hun. Frederick J. Retz, is a reminder of changed conditions. About 30 samples of butter were exhibited, and the committee of judges announced that 26 of the specimens they believed could not be beat in the world. In superlatives, there is no comparative degree, and it is difficult to say, therefore, who stands first in such a category. Our wives and our daughters are our dairy women, and while they so ably sustain the agricultural reputation of the county, Old Orange need have no fears for her rank as a farming county. In 1846, the Society for the first time held its fair on 2 days. In that year, the first plowing match took place and was an interesting feature of the exhibition. Each competitor was required to plow 1/4 of an acre in 75 minutes, including 2 rests of 5 minutes each. At the annual meeting in 1847, mainly through the efforts of the Newburgh members, the constitution of the society was so amended that the annual fair was thereafter to be held at Goshen every alternate year, and the rest of the time at other places. In 1848, it was held at Newburgh. The mechanical display was made on the porch of the courthouse, the grain and vegetables in the main hall, the fruit and domestic manufactures in the courtroom and within the railing, the horses were shown on Liberty Street, and the cattle on a lot west of it. The plowing match took place on the farm of Captain Robinson. County Judge A.M. Sherman was one of the competitors. He held his own plow, performed his work in the shortest time, and received one of the premiums. In 1850, the fair was held at Montgomery. The articles were exhibited under a tent, the cattle were loose in an adjoining field, the horses were shown on Union Street. $95 were awarded in premiums on cattle, $57 on horses, $60 on sheep and swine, $14 on butter, and $27 on plowing. At Middletown in 1852, the fair grounds were located in the eastern part of the village and were known as the Ogden Track. At the suggestion of Colonel Israel H. Wickham, then president, the society had purchased a large tent in which all articles were exhibited. Nearly all the cattle were tied to posts, and the horses for the first time were exhibited on a track. The 14th fair was held at Chester. The second fair, held at Newburgh, October 8 and 9, 1856, was a great success. The society's tent was erected on grounds attached to Washington's headquarters, north of which were posts with ties for cattle and pens for other animals. The adjacent lot on the south was used for loose cattle. Arrangements were made with the trustees of the village and with the owners of property on South William, Liberty, and other streets, for the exclusive use of portions of these streets for the exhibition of horses. The plowing match and a trial of plows took place a short distance south of headquarters. Special attractions were for the first time provided. There was a parade of the entire fire department of the village and a boat race under the auspices of the Newburgh Regatta Association. In 1858, the second fair at Montgomery was said to have been one of the best then held in the county. 197 premiums were awarded. In 1860, the fair was again held at Middletown. The published accounts represent it to have been still more successful than it had been 8 years before. During these first 20 years of the society's existence, it was customary for the executive committee to meet at an early day, fix a date for the fair, prepare a premium list, select judges, and have all published gratuitously in the newspapers of the county. These early fairs were generally satisfactory. The grounds not being enclosed, no admission fee was charged. Articles were exhibited in public halls until 1850, and after that in a tent. The expenses were light. The premiums few, and payment was obtained from membership fees and the state appropriation, supplemented by private contributions procured by personal importunity. At the annual meeting in 1861, the executive committee was empowered to raise by stock subscription a sum of money sufficient to purchase or lease suitable grounds, and to erect buildings and fences thereon the grounds to be in the vicinity of Goshen. The committee leased the grounds known as the Goshen Driving Park and issued certificates of stock, in shares of $25 each, bearing interest at the rate of 10% per annum. The number of shares was fixed at 100, and no person was permitted to subscribe for more than one share. All the stock was promptly taken, and the building, Agricultural Hall, occupied by the Society from 1862 to 1874. During this period, the interests of the turf were predominant and not entirely regarded as creditable exhibitions of the products of the farm, the workshop, or the home. In 1866, the Society was reorganized and incorporated. Having failed to secure a renewal of the lease for the grounds, it was determined that the fair building should be sold at auction, and on the 20th of December it was sold for $300. The proceeds of the sale were in part applied to the payment of debts. The balance was divided pro rata among the stockholders, who, as an element of the Society, then ceased to exist. In 1874, the Society was therefore composed only of members. It was without grounds. It was out of funds and out of debt, having neither assets nor liabilities. Its exhibitions held many years at Goshen. The residents of that village had tired of them, and the people in other sections of the county took but little interest in them. Several of its leading managers were so absorbed in horse trotting that other departments had been neglected. The number of entries had been reduced to less than 400. The attendance of visitors was comparatively small, and the membership had dwindled to about 70. Under these discouraging circumstances, such of the officers as continued to take an interest in the Society accepted the invitation of citizens of Montgomery to hold the 34th fair in that village. The result fully vindicated the wisdom of their action. More than 1,000 entries were made. Many new members were enrolled, prominent among whom was the Reverend L. L. Comfort, whose influence and example did much to elevate it from the condition into which it had fallen. The fairs continued to be held at Montgomery for 4 years, during which time the treasury was replenished, and a surplus fund formed which in 1887 amounted to about $8,000. The memorable fair in 1878, held at Washingtonville, was the beginning of a new era. For the first time in 20 years, no trotting or racing was seen on the grounds. It was in all respects a legitimate and successful exhibition, and was only excelled by that of the following year, held at the same place, when nearly 600 entries were made, and 800 premiums, amounting to more than $1,500 awarded. During these 2 years, the Orange County Fair was raised to the high plane that it has since occupied. At Warwick in 1880 and 1881, the excellence of its exhibitions were fully maintained. The additions then made to the Society's membership rolls and to its council board were of great value and were largely instrumental in securing the successes of subsequent years. In 1882, the fair was located at Middletown, where it remained 3 years, exceeding in magnitude of display all former ones. The record of over 1,100 membership fees received and of 379 entries of horses the 3rd year have not since been broken. The status of the Society not being in harmony with the Articles of Association, at the annual meeting in 1884, new Articles of Association were adopted and signed, and a new Certificate of Incorporation and Reorganization filed with the Secretary of State and with the county clerk. The next 3 fairs held at Newburgh witnessed such exhibitions of the results of industry and skill as had never before been seen in this county. The visit of Governor Hill in 1887 was the first time the Society had been honored with the presence of the chief executive of the state on its fair grounds. In 1888 and 1889, the fairs were held at Goshen. The number of entries was fully up to the average of recent fairs, while the quality of the exhibits in several departments had never been better. At the first of these fairs, the Society was honored with an address by the Hun, Norman J. Coleman, United States Commissioner of Agriculture. The semi-centennial fair at Port Jervis in 1890 and that of 1891 were in all respects very successful. In the latter year, the whole number of entries was 5,120, nearly 700 more than at any former fair. In the domestic department, nearly 1,200 entries were made, evincing in many ways woman's inventive genius and patient industry. The exhibition of articles of historic interest has never been equaled in this county. The Society's second visit to Warwick was in 1892 and 1893. The presence of Governor Flower, with the 5th and 10th separate companies of Newburgh as his military escort, was a noteworthy event. The fairs of 1894, 1895, and 1896, held at Newburgh, are said to have been the greatest the Society has ever held. The number of entries in certain classes will give some idea of its magnitude. Cattle 272 entries, horses 116, poultry 1,502, bench shows 208, mechanical 238, grain and vegetables 849, fruit 1,144, flowers 204, culinary 310, domestic 990, miscellaneous 223. Total in all classes 6,084. The exhibition of schoolwork not entered for competition was a revelation to thousands of visitors of the work now being done by the pupils of public, private, and parochial schools. After the fair of 1896, the managers of the Society, being unable to obtain a satisfactory lease of the grounds for a term of years, purchased the Campbell Track grounds at Middletown, April 16, 1897. These grounds are well adapted to fair purposes, and when contemplated improvements are made, they will compare favorably, in convenience and beauty, with any fair grounds in the state. The last 11 fairs have been held on these grounds. They are events of such recent occurrence that historic interest does not yet attach to them. It may, however, be well to say that these 11 exhibitions have been in magnitude and excellence highly creditable to the Society. The Society occupies a prominent place in the front rank of the agricultural societies of the state. Organized to promote agriculture, horticulture, the mechanic and household arts, it has not lost sight of these objects. During the 68 years of its existence, in times of prosperity and seasons of adversity, in peace and in war, it has never failed to hold its annual fair. It is a society whose reputation is unblemished, whose honor is bright, whose record is clean. A society that has not sacrificed right for expediency, nor won temporary success at the expense of principle. A society that has never repudiated its debts, but has honorably discharged all its obligations. A society that has always paid its premiums in full and never paid them pro rata. A society whose fair grounds have not been noisy with the voices of fakirs, defiled with the devices of gamblers, nor desecrated by immoral shows, but have been consecrated to legitimate exhibitions. A society whose management during the years that are gone has been such that no rival society, town, or district has ever been organized within the limits of the county, to sap the sources of its prosperity, limit the sphere of its operations, or lessen the extent of its influence of fact without a parallel in the state. Presidents, secretaries, and treasurers of the Orange County Agricultural Society from 1841 to 1908. Presidents: John Caldwell, Blooming Grove 1841 Frederick J. Betts, Newburgh 1842-1846 William Murray, Jr. Goshen 1847 Henry Robinson, Newburgh 1848 Robert Deniston, Blooming Grove 1849 Allen M. Sherman, Newburgh 1850 Edward L. Welling, Warwick 1851 Israel H. Wickham, Walkell 1852 John J. Hurd, Goshen 1853 Seeley C. Rowe, Chester 1854 John H. Morris, Goshen 1855 Henry Robinson, Newburgh 1856 Seeley C. Rowe, Chester 1857 Hamilton Morrison, Montgomery 1858 Alden Goldsmith, Blooming Grove 1859 William H. Houston, Warwick 1860 James S. Hopkins, Hamptonburg 1861 Alfred B. Post, Goshen 1862 Thomas Edsall, Goshen 1863 Alanson Gillespie, Goshen 1864 Charles M. Shawns, Blooming Grove 1865. Vice Presidents: 1 from each town 1841 1861, Hamilton Morrison. Montgomery 1862–1865. Corresponding secretaries. Samuel Waite, Jr. Montgomery 1841, Joseph W. Gott. Goshen 1840-1847, Daniel D. Boyce. Newburgh 1848, Benjamin F. Dunning. Goshen 1849, William F. Sharp. Goshen 1850, Hamilton Morrison. Montgomery 1851-1857, David A. Morrison. Montgomery 1858–1865. Treasurers. Charles Monell. Goshen 1840-1, Charles Downing. Newburgh 1842-1846, John J. Hurd. Goshen 1847, Charles Downing. Newburgh 1848, Benjamin F. Duryea. Goshen 1849, Charles Downing. Newburgh 1850, David F. Jedney. Goshen 1851, William M. Graham. Goshen 1852, William M. Beeks. Goshen 1853, George W. Rowe. Chester 1854, William M. Sayer. Goshen 1855-1859, Archibald L. Beya. Goshen 1860, William M. Sayer. Goshen 1861–1865. Reorganization 1866. Presidents. Ellis A. Post. Goshen 1866-1872, Alden Goldsmith. Blooming Grove 1873, Hamilton Morrison. Montgomery 1874, Alden Goldsmith. Blooming Grove 1875-1877, Reverend L. L. Comfort. Montgomery 1878, Hon. A. Dennison. Blooming Grove 1879–1908. Vice Presidents. Hamilton Morrison. Montgomery 1866-1873, Alfred B. Post. Goshen 1870-1874, Hamilton Morrison. Montgomery 1875-1880, 1 Virgil Thompson. Walkell 1875-1881, Og. Denniston. Blooming Grove 1877-1878, Henry C. Weir. Chester 1879-1884, W. Egbert Arnott. Wauyanda 1880, Grinnell Burt. Warwick 1880-1882, Henry E. Alvord. Cornwall 1884, Moses D. Stivers. Walkell 1881-1888, Lawson Valentine. Cornwall 1887-1888, Benjamin C. Sears. Blooming Grove 1889-1901, William D. Barnes. Newburgh 1889-1898, Edward A. Brown. Middletown 1899–1908. Secretaries. David A. Morrison. Montgomery 1866, Roswell C. Goldman. Goshen 1867, George W. Millspaugh. Goshen 1868, David A. Morrison. Montgomery 1869–1908. Treasurers. George W. Green. Goshen 1866-1867, Jason W. Corwin. Goshen 1868-1876, Benjamin B. Johnston. Montgomery 1877-1880, Samuel S. Van Son. Warwick 1881-1882, William B. Royce. Walkell 1882-1892, Samuel S. Van Son. Warwick 1893-1894, Harry M. Waring. Newburgh 1895-1897, Henry M. Howell. Middletown 1898–1908. Directors. Alden Goldsmith 1866-1873, James S. Hopkins 1866-1867, Charles B. Seeley 1866-1872, Virgil Thompson 1866-1868, Nathaniel Van Sickle 1866-1878, William H. Ward 1866-1870, Alfred B. Post 1868, Charles M. Thompson 1869-1874, William H. Houston 1869-1871, John S. Edsall 1871-1873, Virgil Thompson 1872-1874, Alfred Wells 1873-1875, Daniel M. Wade 1874-1875, Alfred B. Post 1874-1878, Augustus Deniston 1875-1877, Ebenezer Van Alst 1875-1892, Reverend L. L. Comfort 1876-1877, John C. Schaeffer 1877-1879, Benjamin C. Sears 1878-1888, William H. Halleck 1878-1908, Daniel Smith 1879-1883, Pearson E. Sanford 1880-1890J. Edward Wells 1880-1905 Egbert Arnaut 1882-1889 Leander Clark. Jr. 1883-1897, Horace McBride 1883-1889, Henry M. Howell 1883-1899, Joseph Van Cleft 1885-1898, Daniel S. Waring 1885-1890, John M. Burt 1886-1893, Charles E. Johnson 1889-1897, E. G. Fowler 1890-1892, Samuel B. Hill 1890-1898, Theodore Moore 1891-1896, Edward B. Sanford 1891-1895, William H. Nearpass 1893-1895, Joseph S. Dunning 1893-1895, Edwin T. Skidmore 1894-1896, Sidney H. Sanford 1896-1905, Edwin L. Requa 1896-1897, C. Emmett Crawford 1896, E. G. Fowler 1896-1898, George A. Sways 1897-1900, Horace D. Thompson 1897-1905, Emmett E. Wood 1898, Oscar W. Mapps 1898, William H. Clark 1898-1903, Charles Mapps 1899-1905, Samuel D. Robertson 1899-1901 v. Edgar Hill 1899-1908 W. A. Lawrence 1899-1908, Joel W. Houston 1900-1908, Charles L. Elwood 1900-1902, John I. Bradley 1901-1908, William B. Royce 1901-1908, Leander Clark Jr. 1902-1906 W. G. Davis 1903-1905, William H. Nearpass 1903-1908, William C. Hart 1904-1908 W. O. Minturn 1904-1908, John W. Sanford 1906-1908, Reverend Andrew Shriver 1906-1908, Dr. M. A. Stivers 1906-1908, Howard D. Seeley 1906-1908A. F. Story 1907-1908. Wallkill Valley Farmers Association. The following brief sketch was furnished by Mr. William C. Hart, Secretary of the Association. In 1889, the late Chauncey A. Reed suggested to the writer the advisability of the farmers of the Wallkill Valley uniting in an effort to secure the appointment of a Farmers' Institute, to be held under the auspices of the New York State Department of Farmers' Institutes. An hour later, in consultation with Nicholas J. Fowler, it was decided to invite representative agriculturists to meet at his office on the evening of November 11, at which time a local society would be formed. The result of this meeting was highly satisfactory. William C. Weller was appointed chairman, William C. Hart, secretary, and Nicholas J. Fowler, treasurer, with committees on finance, music, addresses, etc. on November 25. At an adjourned meeting, the executive committee reported an enrollment of 168 members, with liberal responses in contributions to defray expenses. The institute held at Schofield Hall, December 19, 20, and 21, proved successful beyond the anticipation of its promoters and immediately suggested the desirability of forming a permanent organization. The idea was greatly strengthened on February 10 at Coldenham, NY, when Mr. George T. Powell of Ghent, NY, gave a stirring address on the importance of carrying forward the movement, which appealed strongly to all. Thus started the movement which has resulted in the present organization and association that has done more to unfold the beauty and charm of the Wallkill Valley, and spread its fair name to remote localities than all efforts put forth by similar attempts in this direction. Objects of organization: the realization of the inestimable majesty, the unspeakable goodness of God as revealed in this marvelous valley, thus indirectly leading the thought of humanity into the valleys and rivers of life eternal. The attainment of knowledge, which comes of well-ordered discussion, increased skill in the methods of labor. The mutual improvement of its members by disseminating reliable and valuable information tending to promote the best interests of the Wallkill Valley. Such advantages as may be derived through associated effort to promote a higher degree of excellence in farm, garden, and agricultural affairs generally. The introduction and testing of flowers, shrubs, forest, and ornamental trees. It is the primary object of the society to awaken interest in and promote the progress of that noblest of all human callings, agriculture. And it is the policy of the Board of Managers to interest all in its annual outing not only as an exhibition of the prosperity and progress of the farming section, of the growths of field and orchard and garden, of intelligent competition in stock breeding and dairy interests, but as a demonstration of the public spirit, intelligence, and prosperity of the entire productive and business community. The outing days and Old Home Week. As the society grew and prospered, it was decided to establish a social side to the many interests represented. Arrangements were made with much enthusiasm on the part of its membership to hold beneath the open sky an outing that would have a tendency to attract the farming community with their guests and friends that might prove advantageous to all. Memorial Days dates and locations of the outings of the association. 1893 August 25 at Woodlawn Farm, 1894 August 15 at Borden's Home Farm, 1895 August 21 at Woodlawn Farm, 1896 August 13 at Woodlawn Farm, 1897 August 26 at Woodlawn Farm, Walden, 1898 August 10 at Schofield's Grove, Walden, 1899 August 9 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1900 August 8 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1901 August 14 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1902 August 13 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1903 August 12 and 13 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1904 August 17 and 18 at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park, 1905 August 16 and 17, at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park. 1906 August 15, 16 and 17, at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park. 1907 August 14 and 15, at Gillespie's Grove and Walden Driving Park. Highly artistic booklets have been issued since 1894, under the supervision of William C. Hart. The 15 volumes are classified as follows. 1894 Borden's Home Farm Gems from the Hudson. Famous 1895 Historical Horses of Orange County. 1896 Tributary Streams of the 1905 The Hudson and Wallkill. Rivers. City of Middletown. 1897 Indian Localities and in Art and Story. Hostilities. 1898 Battle of Minisink. Lake Mohonk, profusely 1899 Churches of the Wallkill Illustrated. Orange Blossoms Valley, and Guests at Gettysburg, 1900 Beautiful Landscape Views. Walden in Profile. The 1901 The Wallkill Valley at Catskills and Queenly Hudson. Gettysburg, Orange County Agricultural Society, Wallkill Valley Farmers Mountain Drives of Mohonk. Association. Lake Mohonk Snow 1902 Through the Valley of the Bound. Wallkill, profusely illustrated. The Hudson River, 1903 Companion Volume of 1902. Officers, 1889-1907. President, Vice President. Secretary, 1889 W. C. Weller, Chairman, W. C. Hart, 1890 W. C. Weller, J. K. Brown, 1891, 1892, W. H. Gillespie, 1893, R. B. Crowell, W. C. Hart, 1894 J. B. Haddon, G. W. Folsom, 1895, J. D. Mould, 1896, J. P. Covert, 1897, H. N. Smith, 1898, 1899, 1900 I. W. Decker, 1901, 1902 F. B. Walker, W. H. Dunn, 1903 L. M. Borden, J. W. Decker, 1904 I. W. Decker, A. Wiley, 1905 J. K. Brown, 1906, 1907. Treasurer, Superintendent, 1889 N. J. Fowler, I. W. Decker, 1890, 1891, 1892, 1893, 1894, 1895, 1896 C. R. Fowler, 1897 A. S. M. Blur, 1898 A. J. Fowler, 1899 S. H. Knapp, 1900. 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904, 1905. A. Wiley, 1906. The Grange in Orange County. This modern organization in the rural districts of New York State is strongly represented in this county. There are 22 subordinate granges with a total membership of 2,470 in the county, as reported by Delegate John Y. Jarrow at the last annual session of the State Grange, and all are in a most prosperous condition. A Pomona Grange, which is the link between the subordinate granges and the state organization, was formed at Washingtonville, April 18, 1903, with 118 members. This has now about 600 members. Mr. Jarrow was the chairman for 3 years and was presented with a gold badge at his resignation. Albert Manning is now the master. 5 of the subordinate granges in the county own their halls, 3 own buildings, and conduct cooperative stores successfully. The first grange organized in the county was at Unionville, June 27, 1901, with 34 charter members. It is known as the Minisink No. 907. W. A. Lane was the first master. The membership has increased to 168. Alva Case is the present master. The Monroe Grange was the second in order of date, beginning December 12, 1901. It is No. 911. There were only 18 charter members, which was increased low 147. George S. Bull was the first master, and James Seaman is now at the head. Grange number 912 started at Washingtonville, with John W. Jarrow as master. This grange now operates a general store. Little Britain, Grange number 913 was next started with 20 members, Charles E. Knapp being the first master. This has now 115 members, and William D. Moores is the present master. The Brookside Grange number 936 began November 18, 1902, with a membership of 22, which has been increased to 173. Clarence O. Warford is the present master. The Mountainville Grange, number 946, was started December 12, 1902, with 22 members. C. E. Hand is now the master. The Warwick Grange, number 948, was organized January 6, 1903 with 29 members, which has since been increased to 96. C. M. Houston is the master, and a general feed, coal and farmers supply store is operated. The Hamptonburg Grange, number 950, began January 7, 1903, with 39 members, which has been increased to 115, with S. P. Watkins as master. The Stony Ford Grange, number 951, was organized with 21 members, January 8, 1903, Ebenezer Bull having been the master from the first, the present membership being 45. The Goshen Grange, number 975, began March 25, 1903, with 19 members, which has been increased to 137. William Hughes is the master, and a general store is operated with an extensive trade. The Cronomer Valley Grange, number 982, built a large meeting hall in 1907. Nat C. Barnes is the master. This grange was organized June 20, 1903, with 20 charter members. Mr. Dewitt C. Osborne was the first master. There are now 151 members. Grange number 916 was organized at Montgomery, February 11, 1902, with 13 charter members. George Van Alst was the first master. The present membership is 148, and Harry Tweddle is master. The following additional granges in the county were organized in the order indicated by the number of each. Present master 983 G. L. Sayer, Middletown, 984 A. C. Bull, Chester, 1001 J. R. Fiegels, Pine Island, 1002 W. E. Weller, Bloomingburg, 1003 Frank Ramai, Slate Hill, 1004 H. T. Baker, Thompsons, 1014 W. H. Berger, Pine Bush, 1018 J. W. Eaton, Westtown, 1020 J. G. Fuller, Odysville, 1053 J. O. Gobble, Florida. The Patrons Fire Insurance Company of Orange and Ulster counties has issued policies to the amount of $3,600,000, and it is said to have saved the policyholders $250,000 in the past 4 years. C.